On air. We are on air. Good morning, everyone. I hope you had a very long night out in Wrocław. All got drunk. We have here a very interesting mix, I think, of people. Very experienced people. I just talked to someone from, well, we will hear later on, from the European Investment Bank. That's some kind of experience. And we have, of course, also a lot of people who are who are actually our next generation. I hope at least they will be our next generation because they are studying here in Wrocław, but also in Milan. So we have an interesting program, I think, today with presentations from ideas on the Społeczny Square. It's a difficult word for me, but I understood it is the social square. That's an interesting name for a place in a city. They've been working on that since Friday afternoon. There were visits and we met. Jakub opened that session, and they've been working on that since. And I think we have had several people who were there. Erik Pasveer was there, Sébastien Rollin, José Ferreira, and I think Paul Croix even, was it? You joined as well. I mean, so we had different experts who were sort of visiting and, let's say, try to push it in some kind of direction, but of course also allow them to with their fresh ideas to make something out of it. And I'm very curious. I see all kind of models already appearing there, so it's more or less done. So you can start at the end of the month, Jakub, with building. So I'm very curious how that will look like all. Today's program is indeed, we have these presentations. Kasia Piskora from the university will explain a bit more about the process just now. Then we have 3 presentations. There will be a break. And then 3 other presentations from students, but also from some academics. And then, of course, there's the big award, if they did their best or not. We will ask Jakub to do that. And then we have lunch, and in the afternoon, we will talk about the Metropolitan Manifesto, but that is for later. So I would actually like to hand over to Kasia, and the show is yours. So I will relax and enjoy what your students have done here.
Thank you very much, Henk. Good morning, everyone. I'm very happy to be here today and to have an opportunity to introduce you to our workshops that took place, like Henk already mentioned, from Friday last week, and we ended last night or early morning today, in fact. We started thinking about Społeczny Square long time ago. It's been a void and unused space in the city since years. There have been many attempts to think about how to redesign it, but what's different this year is that we asked students to come up with the vision, to come up with something really unique. And we created a magnificent mixture of students, not only international students with our lovely guests from Politecnico di Milano, but also with students from different universities in Wrocław. So it was not only a technical university, University of Science and Technology, Faculty of Architecture, architects and planners from there, but also sociologists from University of Wrocław. And we also had landscape architects and planners from also from University of Wrocław. So we created also interdisciplinary environment for students, and that's why I think their work is so exceptional, as you will have a chance to see in a moment. But before that, I would like to briefly walk you through the process. We started with the site visit, so the students had a chance to walk through the square, Społeczny Square, which, like Henk already said, is a social square. In fact, very unsocial and pedestrian, unfriendly, unwelcome space. I'm sure that vast majority of you have been there at least once during the trip, and you had experienced it yourself. So the biggest challenge for the students was to change this. After the visit, we followed with 3 very intense days of studio work and some very interesting input from invited guests, experts, local experts, academics, and also some guests from METREX. So the students got really nice inspirations and also, I hope, learned a lot. Just to give you a feeling how much work they put in those projects, it was altogether about 30 hours. So it is sort of a full small studio project for 1 semester here at the university. They did it in 3 days. So the job is pretty impressive. But I shouldn't really speak too much. Perhaps we should forward to the presentations that will be definitely more entertaining and interesting. So I would like to give a floor to the students who, as the next generation, will explain how to address the most difficult challenges, how to face the crises with, well, you'll see their vision. We will start with a very short video prepared by one of the students, Abra. Thank you very much. That will show you the way through społeczne. Okay. Thank you very much. Oh, sorry, of course, I had to forget about something. We will have 3 presentations of the projects created during the workshops. Then we will have, after each project, I would be very happy to hear some of your comments, compliments for the students, of course. After 3 presentations, we will have a short coffee break, and then we will continue with next 3 presentations. One more from the workshops and 2 from the Wrocław University of Science and Technology, which from Faculty of Architecture, because students also addressed the case of Społeczny Square during their studio, and they had some interesting ideas we would like to also present here. Okay, now let's move to the movie. Thank you. I guess the students are so tired that they need a little bit of encouragement. The first presenting group, please don't keep us waiting. Okay.
Hello everyone, it's nice to see you. We are a group of, for a moment Philip is gone. We are a group mostly of architecture and urban planning, and we want to start to talking about first impression of our local vision, and after this we want to explain our concept and involving our ideas project and explain our ideas. So you want to start?
Hi everybody. First of all, since we are the first team, we are the team in charge to giving you a little bit of context about it. We were giving a little bit more time. Well, this is the place. Probably you already walked through it. But we have a different mixture of buildings surrounding it. We have, of course, the rivers in the north part. We have some administrative buildings also in the north part surrounding it. We have the museums and these big parks surrounding it. The post office, residential areas. In the south part, we have these services and residential area mainly. And inside, we had also a church and some health-related building, a clinic. And in the east side, we have the cultural center, some residential area. So it's important to notice this context that is surrounding this place. And also, I think something important to mention is also this. My colleagues are from the city, so they had this idea also of this road being created, a new road that is going to relieve a little bit traffic in this place. So it's a really nice approach, so we can have a blank space over here, a really new blank space. And then we have a little bit of our first impressions. First of all, it's not a social square, it's an anti-social square. So it is not a place for resting. You don't have any places for rest. You don't have any places to sit as a pedestrian. You have places to sit only if you are in your car. We have, as we have seen, a lot of spaces surrounding it that are fighting for grabbing those spaces to try to make the most out of this green space. But also this green space is not a quality space. Grass is not quality. We need more trees, more qualitative space for people to go and sit and can stay. And also, we noticed that it's a really nice approach. When we got there, we were walking by the park with the museum, so it's a really nice approach. But then you get there, and then it's a harsh border. You have these roads going on through it. So it's really a tough environment for pedestrians. There's also this underpass for pedestrians, which is insecure at nights and dark. So then we have like these challenges. We have this black hole in the middle surrounding it by a lot of identities surrounding it. So we have this multi-identity context leading to a void, just giving space to cars. And we also have this idea of a little bit of provocative idea of that it seems like only a cars club. So no pedestrians allowed inside of it. As we can see a little bit also, there's more than 50% of concrete. Green spaces, 25% probably. But as we have seen, they are not quality spaces. No. So this is a little bit about the context. And now we're going to talk about a little bit our vision for the place. Our first idea was, okay, you have this identity surrounding the place. You have many identities. Well, why don't we join those identities to create the central space, the square? Because it's a social square, it's population square. But then we were like, yeah, but those identities already have their own identity. Why join them and create a new one while you can create a space where they can live? You can give them space to shape their own identities and then guide them to the central space. But then it seems a little weird to have a point, a focal point. So then why not create a linear connection to stay and join these identities inside of it? So you can have a place to stay.
Place to stay and for rest. We decided to name our project For Rest because we are wandering this place in 2050 when we will have kids and also our kids will have kids. We try to design this area as safety, cozy, and social as we can.
So then we went through a little bit of a concept, an approach, and we tried to see a little bit of a metropolitan scale. And when we went to a bigger scale, we saw that there are a lot of green spaces surrounding this specific place. This specific place seems to be like a central node, all of it trying to converge to this specific point. So why there is a concrete instead of what it asks you to have green, you know? And it can be really a good place to have a new, or well, not new, but endemic species going inside of it, having endemic species going to this plaza and grabbing all these city aspect into it. So this is the metropolitan approach. You have also green spaces above. You have everywhere green spaces. So then we have like this concept approaching to the square. First of all, we have these all existing identities where we can have them in a bubble of uses, different uses. And then our main idea was this line of forest. But also we were thinking about why don't we use one of the bridges and create it only for green spaces. Only tram can go by, and you have this green space connecting all of these places, and you start giving less space to the cars. So we have this infrastructure map above to the right, where there is a new tram lines, and there's also less space for cars, just 2 lines. And as we have seen in this METREX conference, it's creating, instead of roads, changing it to streets. So decreasing the speed to it.
Okay, so I would like to overview, the projected development of this social square. Our plan will have a significant impact on many elements, such as you can imagine already, I think. The main is, of course, the greenery, which consists of water and the forest. As you can see in the middle, it's a really big part, which is directed through the buildings surrounding, and it also connects to the botanical garden through the Most Pokoju, and also the Oława River and Odra. And it makes functions as biodiversity. We plan to make birdhouses and to create the surrounding good for the habitat for the animals, so they can live in the forest. Also recreation. We want to create a few of playgrounds for children, for the teenagers. So place also like benches and places to sit, to attract people to want to spend the time there. Also, in the middle, you have from the bridge to the in this curved line, we want to make a sensory path, which consists, which can have mainly natural materials. So when you walk through it, you can make also like education purposes, recreation, and it's, as you can see, it's all connected, I would say. And the dog park, because in Wrocław, Wrocławians love their pets, and there is only a few places they can go with their dogs. Also, we want to make a spot with gastronomy and small shops. And in the middle of the forest, of course, wetlands for water retention and supplying for the local farming. The next, I would say, impact is art and culture located in the east side of this square. We want to make the outdoor theater on this part of actual part of flyover. Green square for performances, pavilions for creative people which can bring innovation, and murals which can be made from the fabric that can absorb the air pollution. It's already exists in Poznań, for example. This area on the east can be connected for the Wrocław Science and Technology University through the bridge, so they can bring their laptop and work there. Also, the important part is the healthcare and commercial located in the west side, we want the key component is here the road, because when we want to make the forest local and peaceful and calm, we need to bring this commercial and more facilities which can bring more, I would say, potential traffic. We wanted to make it outside of the square so we can bring the place back. And also when you have a healthcare center, the greenery have many positive impacts on the health, so you can recover faster, and also we want to create kiss and ride parking, so cars will be just temporarily. Okay, we can move on. In the center of the square, I want to talk through the services. There is a three main of it. The first and the most important is environmental, which is water, wetlands and water treatment system. It's called like that. It can function as flood protection. Water can be supplied for the food, and it could be used for natural habitat and for rainwater drainage. So it can lower the cost of the city. As you can see on the west side, there is a more commercial area which consists mainly of the healthcare system and offices. And on the east side, there's a more calmer space which consists of housing and facilities on the lower part of the buildings. Okay, that's it.
Kind of. Okay, so kind of a summary what Philip say. We want to still stay and keep part of Overplus and creation the public space. There can be sitting and extend and service under the Overplus, some kind of facilities and time to break there. Art area, we plan residential development with services on the ground floor, such as restaurant and shops, with also it could help this art area to development. Some kind of multifunctional square around this, and also in the middle point of this place. We create the part from the side of the church, decided to cut into two parts. One area have possibility of expanding medical services, but second one, office and services on the ground floor. We want to keep this green area in the front of yeah, government center, and yeah, here. And some kind of examples which we choose to do some kind of familiar and green area of this concept.
So here you can see the urban sections. Our main idea relies on elimination cars from a general traffic and make this area safe for the people. As you can see, it's a gradual transformation, which means it will correspond with changing trends in road traffics. And we would like to make it more safe for people, for pedestrians and cyclists. And as a result, there will be a complete elimination of cars in the year of 2050. Yeah. So this is our vision of forests and the future of Wrocław. Thank you.
If you have any question, you can ask us right now.
I'm Peter from Oslo. Congratulations, it's a great project. We can identify with a lot of what you said. The last slide but one, you had a timeline. And I would suggest you drop 2033. You go straight to 2050 and you call it 2030. Yeah? Cars are out, yeah? They disappear, they disappear. There's a network in METREX which is learning about this, and we're doing it in our cities. Cars disappear. Thank you.
Thank you. I also want to, I'm Michael from Vienna, and I wanted to ask you is there a certain program or need that has to be addressed in this location for the city? Is it necessary to build it or to build anything, or is it okay to leave it green? I think this would be a very relevant prerequisite for the design decisions you're making, and yeah, I think it would be an okay proposition to say leave it nature, make it into nature, but I think it has to be grounded in some kind of a narrative. What is this site for Wrocław? Because the story that you were telling me with the surrounding functions that are already on the site, that doesn't really convince me. I don't think that's such a strong necessity to tie these existing institutions together on the square. I think it has a wider meaning for the city.
It's okay? Yeah. Yeah, I understand, but we have a huge area, so we do something like 50% trees and grass, and another different function, blue or green infrastructure. So we have a lot of forest in here, but we need to have something, you know, commercial. So we have to mixing function, for example, offices and neighbors with flat, something like that. But it also have green infrastructure inside these neighborhoods. So we're thinking this building is not something wrong in this place. It's necessary because it is the middle of city, but we want to create this building in the flow of the green infrastructure. So you're thinking some kind of building, some kind of building is necessary here.
Yes, I think if we want really to bring the social life here, we just can't look as these facilities, current facilities, just like they function all the city, of course, but we want to integrate the neighborhood because we interviewed, we spoke to the locals, and they really want green space because when you look at the closest urban tissue, the density is really dense.
Okay.
Good morning. I'm Adriana from Lombardy, and I found quite interesting that you addressed the theme of rain drainage, thinking about floods. I'd like to know something more on how you think it to be done. The water drainage. It's interesting.
So yeah, when we were in the workshops, when we were having these talks, they gave us some ideas of how the city had these different floods and different there's difficulties with water. So our idea was to have, you have already a really big space for having to introduce the water in it, to have some water management, and then to guide it through the different spaces already in it. So you can have urban gardens, you can have places for giving water in to the new buildings. But at the end, it's also a quite intensive workshop, a short workshop. So it can be, there can be many ways also to try to do something with it. But well, there's this big space, so you can use it. You have a white space for it to use it. So probably there are many other ways to have this water management, as you said. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Christina Suomi from the city of Helsinki. Congratulations on your work of hard work for 3 days, 30 hours, what you mentioned. What I see here, I love the way of your methodological way, reasoning and coming into your outcome. We in Finland very much, we are fond of our trees, our forests, and we embrace the green networks, corridors for animals, peoples to move and connect that to our public transportation network. So that's a part of the network as well. I really liked also the green-blue network you were considering in this. And what I see, you are really kind of creating another heart for the Wrocław. Something that corresponds with this, the town square here, or the big square you have. It's mainly of stone, very man-made, etc. So this might be a twin, something which is connected to this heart, creating another heart, and which could be also scaled up and looked on a policy level as well to create something similar elsewhere and also in the larger metropolitan area. So very, very good work and lots of possibilities to scale up. Thank you so much.
Hello, I'm Mariana from the province of South Holland in the Netherlands. Yeah, first of all, impressive work, really amazing for 3 days. Congratulations. I just have one suggestion. Maybe you can think about it if you want to work this further. You think about, okay, we want less cars here, and you want more mixed use, so it makes sense. People maybe can work and live closer by. They don't need to move so far away. And when you think about your buildings, you think about housing and shops and offices, but maybe you can also think about actually small industry, places that to really make, because if you think about 3D printing and this kind of new technologies, making things is also less pollutant, has less noise, it's more to the future. So I would say bring more work to your development, mix more work in it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone more in the back? You're not sleeping there, is it? No.
Thank you for your work. I'm Irma from Helsinki. And as I do come from the middle of the forests, so in a way, I think people who move to Wrocław, I think most of them would like to live in a city. You have a lot of greenery around, as you show. And my question is, this is a very valuable piece of land in very close to the center of Wrocław, from my mind. So I wonder that shouldn't you use this more efficiently? I see big blocks of flats, which looks for me not as attractive as the center here, where you have small houses, detached houses, whatever. This looks quite industrial housing production. If you want to attract people to spend their time, they probably would like to see more scaled urban development with smaller parks, because you have a lot of nice big green areas here. And to further develop this, I would love to see where you have the bike lanes, where the people walk, what are the connections from this area around, and what are the needs of the city. You mentioned healthcare institutes or whatever. So have you studied what are the real needs for these kind of services here? If you just have a wish, but there are no real need. So I think you should consider again how to restructure the buildings to match the need of a small-scale environment, which will be inviting for people.
I think they did quite a lot in 3 days, but anyways.
Okay, so we had a local vision, and local users said that they want to have forest there, something like Central Park or something like that, and they need this green spaces, and they don't want cars, and they don't want more flats, new buildings, because we have a lot of flats and buildings here in the city, but they want also something like that. So we decided in this project focus on this big green area for nowadays local users.
I was looking for you. I think thank you very much for these answers, because I think we also need to move on, and maybe we can at the end also have some concluding messages, because I'm of course also interested what the mayor thinks of this. You know? Well, he signed this off, so I would like to thank you very much for your presentation, and we will go to the next one. So please.
Not this.
Is it working? Yeah, okay. Okay, thank you very much. Hello, everyone. We would like to present our take on Plac Społeczny and our logo or our team name would be the heart of culture. If we go.
So as we all probably already know, we are in Poland, we are in southwest Poland, we're in Wrocław, the main city and the region, the capital of the Lower Silesian Voivodeship, and we're, our area, Społeczny Square, is in the city center, is on the east side of the town square.
Okay, so let's start by looking at the whole city. There are many places of culture in Wrocław. There's the all red marked on the map, the small points there. And as we can see, the most of them are consecrated around the city center and further around the Centennial Hall and the zoo. Between them is our area marked by the heart. And we also want to remember that Wrocław is surrounded by smaller towns and villages that do not have such wide access to culture and so these small villages don't have such wide access to culture, and we also want to make this place like our heart of the culture as this place for these small villages, and now we can look at our area, at the nearest surrounding.
In the area under development, there are various types of cultural facilities, such as National Museum, Art Museum in Wrocław, Panorama Wrocławicka, Marshal's Office of Lower Silesia, the University of Fine Arts, and small cultural zone like Impart and some churches. We want to appreciate that cultural facilities to our project, defining this area as the main cultural center of the city. That's the heart of our project.
Okay, so now let's look at our area at the nearest surrounding. As Kasper said, there are a lot of cultural places, but what is also important that we are in between of three main areas: the old town, so the main city center, the Triangle District. It's a very specific residential area in Wrocław, one of maybe many around, but very characteristic for this surrounding. And the Grunwald Square, an important transport hub, shopping center, and an academic campus for the three largest universities in Wrocław. And these areas are filled with culture spaces, but the most important cultural institution in Wrocław, for example, this National Museum or things like that, are located in the nearest of our area. So it's also why our idea is to emphasize this function and make space to connect these different types and create the heart of culture and maybe prolong the current places and meet them in our place.
Alrighty. We'll come back. All right, now we know where we are. Now we know what is around us and what is in our area. Maybe we should start thinking about the challenges that we saw in this space and the problems. So obviously, as we all been there, we've seen many problems. I would like to read it, but okay. There is the problem with transit. The communication is bad for cars, but also for people, since the idea was for the transit to go straight over the area, but it's not so nice to go there by car already. And the people also get confused. The pedestrians always get confused there. Also, I'd like to mention that there is a loss of dominance. Basically, the very important buildings that were already mentioned before me are lost in this void of nothingness. There are no trees, there is no basically meaningful space there. So that's a big problem. There are very unattractive car parks in front of the very important buildings. And also the value of the space, such an important value. It has amazing value, but it's all lost because it's unused. So these are the main problems for us. And also we have these challenges of connecting properly all these areas around us through our area, giving priority to pedestrians, because with time we want to make the place more important and more open for people. Creating an identity, as Justina just said. This place is without an identity, so we thought about making it a heart of culture. Also, what is important is to provide meaningful greenery. Right now there's only grass, and it's not so good for the environment as it is, so we would like to provide something that's actually useful and good to all of us.
Okay, so we've talked about the past, we've talked about how it looks like now. Let's talk about our vision for the future. Our main ideas are to make it the green heart, as opposed to how the town square looks, how the Grunwald looks right now, because there are not much green spaces there. So it would be the green heart, it would be the walkable space for pedestrians, for the citizens, for tourists, for basically everybody, because as we've talked, we are surrounded here with many institutions, cultural, administrative, so we want to make sense of that, and we want to make this space for everyone to be safe in and live a very happy and healthy life here. That's why we've also thought about mixed-use buildings, so not only new apartments, but also new services for those new inhabitants. And we would definitely like to give priority to the public transport over cars. And all these things would be well together by the one main idea that we have, which is culture and art space, a space which would be not only the building, but also the open space surrounding it in the center, to make it for the citizens, as I've said, for those who visit administrative offices, for the tourists to just go visit a museum and then go rest in a park and see, for example, an art exhibit, or just rest in the very green area, the heart of our project.
Inclusive places to complete city center squares that are really expensive and not that inclusive to all people living in Wrocław or visiting Wrocław.
And as we talked about our vision, now let's get to the more kind of detailed part. Yeah. So one of the most, or maybe the most important thing for us is to regain the the space of the społeczny, what means social square for the people, to transfer this unsocial space into a social one. And we want to, of course, offer this mixed uses, open buildings. We want to ensure life in this area at all times for all people for many, many years. So we want to create some flexible space for all the people, but we also want to design services that live during the day, but as well, for example, residential area, which lives in the evenings and during free family time, to could compare these different types of spending time, and to make this area to live during the whole day, whole week, whole year. And we also want to enable different people to use this space. It's really important for us that people at different ages, with different needs and abilities also could spend time with this place, but also could live in this space, could use these services, could use this cultural place, could take part in these events. So we propose, following the examples of Western cities, for example, Vienna, giving about 20% of the area to the city for some social purpose, for example, some social housing, but also to could control types of and status of the services, maybe to control this for example, some playgrounds for children, maybe some preschools or something, something like that. But of course, not only like that. And we propose to revitalization of this area to bring it back to life, to get back this place for the people, but without causes any, maybe not any, but because it's always could be like that, but as less exclusion as we could, and we want people to be able to use and spend time in this place.
Yeah, and we would like to keep the flyover, as you can see on the picture, but it would definitely completely change its purpose. It would stop being for cars. It would be used for pedestrians and for just green areas. And under it, we would use it for services such as bars or cafes to make it a space you can go in the morning and drink your morning coffee, or visit in the evening and maybe hang out with your friends there. We would also propose the main communication routes to be on the outer lines of this area. So the tram, the cars would go around the circle through the bridge of the Peace and Grunwaldzki Bridge, and make it maybe more streets, not roads, for everyone, safe for pedestrians, safe for cyclists.
Okay, and I would just add that we have this like a pictogram or a graphic that would show what is mainly our idea for the plan. So in the center there's our heart, and in the center, as we said, we have this cultural tying space. There would be buildings that people would spend their time in, but there would be bigger and smaller one. That would be a big one that would have a monumental value, and there would be smaller one that would have more of a everyday value or use. And also we see this space as something that would be used for pop-up projects, or just space that could be ever-changing with the needs of the people that are changing with time.
As we said, existing społeczny square has purely traffic function. We don't forget about it either. So after analyzing the direction and intensity of traffic, we shape the busy streets more intuitively, also giving the rest of the area potential to shape the urban fabric. We surround the residential area and service building with extension of parks and green road of boulevards along the Odra River. We relate the scale of residential quarters to surrounding buildings during the design process. We took into account the proximity to city center, hence the dense development of residential areas. As you can see, that's our process. A few of quick sketches how we design and think how this area should work better.
Okay, maybe something that is also, I think, or we think, important to mention, because we designed the space that would be amazing for the residents, but also it would be useful for the city for many, many years. It would not only be a green space, a meaningful greenery for everyone in the city, but also it would be a space that would bring income, and it would generate income for the city. So it would stay alive and keep alive the city as well.
And we're gonna now develop our main idea now and talk about some more about our cultural spot. Okay. So as we've talked, it would consist of a main building which hold main events, but also with smaller buildings. It would be idea to hang out every day or to come to a bigger event. It would be suitable for not only tourists but also the residents of the area, the neighborhood surrounding it, and we would propose a collaboration with the Museum of Architecture and the Academy of Fine Arts, and create an open space for them to show their exhibitions and show off some work to the public.
Okay, and this is how it all came together. This is the master plan and the model. Well, mostly everything was said, but we also thought about the environmentally friendly solutions that we would like to use, such as green roofs, green walls, rain gardens, and such. We would like it to be something that would be always alive. We would like to fill in the void that is right now there. I think we should mention also the promenade that we didn't mention. There is obviously a river in the north that is mostly important, and what is very important, that part of the promenade on the west side is very much usable, and part of the river on the east side is also amazing for the citizens, but what is in the middle is not so nice. There are buses, there are parks, it's not used by the people, so we would like to connect these spaces, connect, as we said, these parts of the city, and make it again walkable and usable. And these are some visualizations, so as how we would see this space as green, and how we would see there's this model from the last slide, how we would see I think what is most important is how we would see the heart of our project, and how it would be like drowning in greenery, but also 1/3 of the heart would be a space for bigger concert festivals and such, so it wouldn't be so filled in with trees. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you. So your concept is much more sort of densify the area around, and you keep the heart, the circle, open. The circle is sort of a thing that also dropped from the sky, but apparently it is very strong because you reuse it. I'm a bit, let's say, surprised that people always think that greenery is a sort of is not economical or something. You make that sort of distinction, and you don't make money with green. I know, for example, in Lyon there's a huge park, which is actually a big company. It's a business. It employs about 150 people. So it's really, the economic value of a park is, I think, in general, if it's a really good park, it's fantastic. It's also, it has a very good economic value. Of course, it costs money, but it can also bring you money, people being employed. So I think you should be really careful with what you say, that green is only a sort of money eater. Any questions? Any remarks?
Maybe I could just stop you right there for a second, because as we said, the middle would be greenery, but it would be for festivals, concert, and for the people around. So we don't see it as something that would not bring any income. It's something just a bit different from the typical residential area.
Yeah, I understand. But I said, for instance, that park in Lyon is as big as this whole place. So it can really be a strong economic factor, let's say, in the city.
Of course.
Just as a remark. Adriana.
Well, I appreciated most two things about your proposal. The first one is that you were looking at the general picture of the city and of the surrounding cities. So you talked about a function that is for all and is, let's say, enhancing the potential of the cities, even for tourists. And the second one is that you started by the existing functions. So this is to valorize what is already in the area, to check what is there, and to create a connection, the idea of connecting the green spaces, for example, the path along the river and this kind. I appreciated this very much.
Thank you.
Anyone more? From the Skåne region.
Hello, I'm Vida from Scania region in Sweden. First of all, thanks a lot for a very good presentation. I really liked the project, and I really like the idea of using culture as a catalysator in urban planning. I really think that's a concept that you can't use too much, and very good. And it could also create like a flexibility in the planning process, and it would be nice to have like a timeline for this, like the ending, because the part in the middle with the culture and pop-up spaces and all that, it could be like really something flexible that you start there, and then this will maybe be the end, but it doesn't need to be either. Yeah. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Anyone more? So this is actually the first metropolitan park, I understand. Huh? Metropolitan park for the whole metropole. You?
Hi, Michael again. I think that your culture idea is powerful, but I think you would need to prove or to show how you can tie in this site with many surrounding areas, because the local capacity of residents will not be sufficient to generate enough activity, obviously. So I think this will be a main question, how to bring people from the outside to this space. And I think your proposal would benefit from showing and proving that you can tie it by bike, by walking, and also by public transit, that people can get there, because I think you offer a lot of functions, and you will need very many users to make it alive. And so I think this would be a challenge to show that it could work and generate enough activity.
Or actually answer it.
Okay, sorry. I was looking for this slide. I, of course, agree. And we didn't tell about the tram, which is this blue line there, that we have the tram line just across our area, and it's the tram what is connected the main culture places, but also the surroundings of the city with the city center, and it's one of the most using line of this tram. But also, of course, we designed this bicycle roads, and we want to promote this public transport. But yeah, we didn't have so many time to tell about everything, but we also, of course, think about that.
The trams, in our vision, should be inviting people to use communication and not to use cars, and use these public cultural spaces, because a tram is not tram line is every cultural point is a tram line stop. So the tram line is like somehow ticket to the spaces.
Yeah, it's something that already connects everything in Wrocław, but also I think it's important that the city of Wrocław already brings many people, and especially this place brings many people outside of the towns that are around it, because of the offices that we have in this space.
And concerts that are happening
it's also there.
Space.
That's strict city center, so it should be crowded. It cannot be like.
Yeah, and it's important that even now, when there is like nothing, the people are really there is a lot of people, and even if we have this way of thinking that if we create something for them, it will be the place to stop in the city center. But because now they only go across, but they are there.
Okay. Anything more? Anyone more who would like to say something? Peter.
Thanks. Just Peter from Oslo again. Following up from what Michal was saying, I mean, you've got the information there. I think to follow on from the experience we have in Oslo, we've had a huge redevelopment of our waterfront, which in our case is the sea, and for you it's the river. I think what your map you have behind you shows is that there's an empty space between the most important part of Wrocław, which is the old centre, and this space you're working on. And this space was, I assume all of this area was totally destroyed during the war and is now park and forest, and there's this panorama there, and there's a few big old buildings standing there like the Architect Museum. There's also a huge shopping mall, which presumably came during the 90s. There's also a huge Hilton Hotel, which is totally inaccessible for anybody except the rich with cars. Basically, there's no reason to be anywhere for an ordinary pedestrian between the old town centre and this space. There's no reason to be there. You understand? So, but it's a kilometre and a half to get there from the market square. So I think your task is not to redesign the whole of that part of Wrocław, but I think you should think of this in the context of the corridor, the way to get there. See this as an extension of the huge value of the centre of Wrocław, and how to maybe try and nudge the space in between with the panorama and the forest park that is there to be something more. There should be more added value in that space, which would lead into your concept, which I think is great. I mean, there's nothing, I have no comment on this. It's a great idea, but it's getting there. It's how to get there, and the space in between, which would be worth looking at to take it on. Trams as well. Trams are nice. You only have one tram line. I mean, you know, all this accessibility question is really a key to it, especially for pedestrians, because the landscape is flat, so it's not easy, not difficult to walk. But it's, I think that this would help. Otherwise, I think it's a great idea. Yeah.
Thank you. As you said, there are not many reasons for people to stay there. They are there because they're going somewhere else. So that's why we basically wanted to focus on maybe a way for them just to stay a bit longer there. Yeah. Thank you.
But you see indeed in this picture that the center is more or less mirrored. You know, it's almost same size. Yeah. If you see the density of functions and stuff, which you see here around, and let's say the emptiness of the other side, that makes you maybe understand what you need. Let's say, so you need probably much more much more links, much more, what is it, density to make it happen. Because it's, you know, in the city center here, every meter of the facade is something. You know, people get in and out. There's terraces everywhere. Thank you very much. I think this is great. We move on to the next one. We have one to go, and then we have a break. Maybe the next group can also a little bit speed up in terms of we know where it is now. We know what the problem is. So maybe go straight to your point. Sometimes it's interesting to to flip your presentation and start with your conclusion. Look at that.
Great. So, good morning to all the esteemed members of METREX and my fellow attendees. It's an honor to stand, no, not technically stand, to sit before you here to discuss a topic that is very closely interlinked to the city, that is developing the vision for the Społeczny Square in a local as well as in a metropolitan context. Over the past 4 days, it has been a busy as well as productive but a fun experience working with my friends over here from diverse backgrounds, like they have all the way from sociology to architecture, from urban planning and a lot of other departments. So as we move forward, I am excited to share with you our insights, ideas and the strategies for creating a sustainable, inclusive as well as a vibrant neighborhood. So yeah, so coming to this slide, we have the problems as all my friends were discussing. So the basic problems includes like the square is kind of uninviting. It's a kind of a place which is unwelcoming for the visitors. It's not pedestrian friendly. Further, it's also a thing we should take into consideration that it's not universally accessible as well, and a person with disabilities might find it difficult to walk across that place. Furthermore, there is like a lack of adequate street lights.
A holistic healing space.
Okay, so now shall we look at how we solve this problem? We focus on to be aware of the society and environment crisis. So we have put on the sustainability and health in our concept. So as our leading idea is create a holistic healing space with proximity to water and green spaces, and then heal the people with this area. So we come up with a solution where we are including co-working spaces in mixed as use area. We pay attention for the aging society, giving them space for hanging out with younger generation. So moreover, we use the potential of existing cultural spaces.
So what can we do with those problems? The project idea is to create a space in which every person could heal their own mental health or physical health or even a soul. We focus on every group of society, but especially on elderly people who need special care. Our project tries to connect different people in one place. Our leading decision for creating the healing space is to use water as a connection with every already existing building, their function, and to extend their areas. As you can see, maybe not so clear, but here at this Społeczny Square we have already existing church and some public services and theater. We want to use them and focus on their functions and make some kind of sectors. Due to this idea, we can create environmental friendly space which will create economical income for the city and a spiritual income for the people.
Okay, so and then after this decision that we have made, we implemented a step-by-step solution, because in such a long-term project, we think that it's a wise and good decision to make it in 3 parts. Is it all about the recreation and of the undergrounds, the existing undergrounds? As we said before, we want to keep existing infrastructure, buildings, and so on to save also money. And we want to add some water system. 1, 2, 3. Am I like? Could you hear me? Okay, so and we want to start some of businesses and the services here. We start with the communication, so we can reduce the traffic and increase the universally accessible pedestrian-friendly pavements. And when it comes to the water, the healing water, our suggestion is to rebuild the existing underpass to make an access for the water from the Odra River, and reserving a part of it for the temporary retention system. And when it's not used, we offer there a skate park. So it's when it comes to the necessary thing like a floor or big rains, we can use this part of the underpass for the retention water tank. And when it's like not used by the water, we can like implement a skate park there or something for kids, like a playground. And then we get to the beginning of the life here. And in the part of the rebuilt underpass, we transform its site to an amphitheater for the cultural events and meeting, because right in front of it we have a existing building of the theater, and we know, because we are the citizens of Wrocław, that here on this field right in front of the impart are taking part some events, some concerts, and we can like create a solid structure outside for those events. What else? We also want to place some pop-up shops, cafes, and events, temporary exhibitions, for example, from the fine arts students who are nearby this area, and some offices to create a consumer movement, because it leads to the money. So, and after this first step, we will go to the conclusions. Because we will have an observation of how people react to the new area, how they use the green spaces, the skate park, the amphitheater, and how they felt there. We could use their opinion how to form the next steps, and thereby making it to a more inclusive design process.
The second step is called the minimalization of the traffic and redefining the unused green spaces, which means that we transform the roads, the flyover, from roads to streets or even paths. We restrict the car movement from the flyover area, make them accessible for only pedestrian and the cyclists, so they can see the view, the stunning city, from this like higher level. In the meantime, we will observe society if it already explored the area. Then we can implement some solid green structures from form parks with some pleasing sitting areas at flower beds, or start community gardening in order to redefine the green areas.
Okay, and then we have the final third step of our project. And this step is all about the high-tech improvement, housing, and the final beginning of the life in this area. We want here more business, more IT-oriented approach here. And our plan is to make an operating system in the middle, right in the heart of the site. Because Wrocław was the IT icon in the past, and we would like now to stick with this heritage, meanwhile implementing this high-tech based project as we are speaking about the future. Nowadays we can observe just now we can observe the IT growth in Wrocław, and we want this area to be sustainable and use the green spaces as the vertical farms, for example, in the park and the green areas near the housing. We also want to implement some solar energy plants, or we also want to manage the whole the water system, the retention system, the canals by the smart system. So we need the scientific facilities as a support of this idea, and it could also work as a collaboration with the adjacent University of Science and Technology, which is right over the corner, in a manner of innovation and also education. So it will be also visible for the people, for the pedestrians on the flyover. They could see what is happening in the middle. They can get to know how we made this area high-tech, smart and modern. And yeah, it will connect, after the whole recovery of the site, we want to give people nice place also to live in the city center, close to the nature and close to the water. We place the housing, you can show, we place the housing as an extension of the existing residential blocks at Przedmieście Oławskie, the triangle. And at the end, when we are sure that the place is well organized, so it's the last step. It will connect with the park near the amphitheater, the impart, and have mixed functions, as the all groups before said. We are sure about this all. We want here student flats, co-working spaces, kindergartens, social gardens, etc. And we see it, as I said, in the sustainable way. Monitored and supported, controlled by the facilities in the centers, in the center which I mentioned before. We also predicted the new meaning of the elderly care home, because we now have one existing at the bottom, for example, yeah, somewhere there. And we want to expand this this idea, as we spoke about the the society getting older. So we want to place it and extend it close to the also existing hospital here and the church existing, and we also gave the space for this hospital, for example, to be more developed in the future. Yes, as we can see it here. So therefore, we are justifying our concept of a holistic healing space open for all groups of people. And we will be happy to elaborate more on our steps in the course of questions, of course.
No, not it's.
Yes.
I'm so sorry. It's a joke. Now, we want to show you our work on model, because it's helping us to develop our project. The scale was more visible, and we could see a potential and strength of square, like the flyover and underpass. And then we drew some sketches and sections of this place, what kind of activities it would take part of there, and how spaces are corresponding with every part, like housing with greenery and the theater. And the next slide, please.
So if you look at the picture, you will see the main part of our project, the heart, which is contain the healing water, combining various functions into one whole. And this is the end.
Still left here.
Oh no, that's a joke. I'm sorry, Abra.
Yeah, I will just like rush through this slide. So basically, we took up like two very popular case studies. One is like the Garden by the Bay, which is in the Singapore, and the Millennium Park in Chicago, USA. The exciting part about both of these projects are that these both projects were like transformed underutilized spaces into like lush green areas that promote healing and well-being. Yeah, I wrote a big write-up, so I'm not going to speak on that. So, yeah, so in conclusion, I believe that the Społeczny Square has like an immense potential to be transformed into something which is a much more thriving and an inclusive space that promotes healing, well-being, and as well as the community engagement. And now on a very personal note, I would like to express my love and admiration for Poland. Like it's my second time over here, and like every time I come here, I can't help like but falling in love with this city, the warmth of all the people and the hospitality. So yeah, that's a good thing. And once again, thank you METREX for providing us with this opportunity to work on such a project on such a close level. Yeah, now you can maybe clap.
Yeah, and this is the end.
Well, thank you. I think you have here. The next generation is now settled here. Someone coming to Wrocław soon. I have a very excited people there in the camera. So people are listening in from elsewhere, so not only here. And someone got very excited about your healing city concept. And the question was, there was a specific question. Now I have to look up because you talk about. What is it? Facilitating. What did he say? Facilitating, let's say what was it? The unexpected. No, what is it? How do you call that? Oh, I should look up. Sorry. The collectives. You mentioned facilitating the forming of collectives. Could you a little bit explain?
Holistic healing space, something like that?
No, you mentioned apparently, because you has been listening very well, facilitating the forming of collectives. How will you do that, he asks.
It's about the medal which will like support the water systems, the retentions idea. It's about this question. Because maybe I mispronounced something.
That is actually rather something like people who have a sort of collective.
Yeah, like I got the whole of the question. So the thing is like we are like focusing on making a healing space over here just because we have a lot of like useful functions available in like the neighborhood, like the availability of the church, availability of the hospital, as well as like we are developing on a green area as well. So all these things when we are combining together, like and also like as we were speaking, we are thinking like about the more aging population of the society, and hence we are also taking that thing into consideration. So with all these factors combined together, we can maybe say we have a community which is supporting all these.
There are facilities to do that as well. Yeah, I hope he can't answer back from the camera, but anyway, so I hope that will be a good answer. Thank you very much. Is there any there's a hand up there in the ladies first.
Irma again from Helsinki. Thank you so much of thinking of existing structure, how to use it. I haven't heard the word of circular economy, reuse of materials. You have so much concrete there already. Why don't use it? If we think of CO2 emissions, what do you do with this existing concrete? So congratulations, you have really understood the value of existing structures, and then you can increase the green space, also the shadow under the bridges, whatever flea market, whatever space. So I should really recommend to keep this in mind in the future development of this area. But I should propose to look closer, New York, Paris, where they have this high-lane development already. The housing is already close to the bridges, not so far as you have. So there's no sense of keeping so much space empty here. And the third question, I am born with functionalism. I don't like the idea to separate all these functions free from each other. You are creating empty, dead places if you have the IT quarter there, whatever quarter there. Why don't you think more of mixed buildings? Because people work from home offices, especially on IT sector.
Thank you for your the valuable insights. So addressing in the first question, so it's more like we didn't want to go into much details about constructing a new building or something like that, and we wanted to use whatever existing resources are available, and hence on a medium level scale, because we also realized in the beginning days of the workshop we were having these what if scenarios, and everyone was coming with something what if we have an amusement park, what if we have something like this. But then we realized the odds and the events of it, and then we actually came to this thing which maybe in the future also we will have a great demand for that. And addressing to the last question which you asked in regards the fact that why we don't have all these functions incorporated into a single unit maybe. So yeah, that was maybe one of our initial concepts with which we are working. We were thinking of having a mixed-use building which will have maybe shops, groceries, then the office spaces, as well as there will be the student residences. But then we felt it's like creating a concrete tower in the middle of a square, which will again lose its potential also. I mean, the city has a lot of other empty places, like a mixed-use building like this can come up in some other places. So, and also maybe we mentioned during our course of the discussion, we have these co-working spaces. Like we know nowadays people, after this COVID pandemic especially, there is this craze for these co-working spaces. So where people want to work together, as well as they don't want to work maybe from their beds, and maybe they want to go there, interact together over a cup of coffee, and then just do their daily work. So yeah, we have this co-working spaces, so which might maybe cater your doubts to some extent. Yeah.
Well, that was a serious answer. Here I am, and yes, I saw also firsthand here. There was an interesting example that you showed from Singapore. I understand that's let's say about a 1 billion investment.
Yeah.
1 billion investment.
And the area is also, I think, quite large. Yeah, so
it's a bit big, maybe. But anyway.
Yeah, but maybe a little bit motivation from that we can see how, because we are sticking so close with the basic, concept of a healing space. So Singapore Marina Bay Sands, whoever visits this place, 9 out of 10 people always say, yeah, it's very calm and the soothing atmosphere out there with all these trees and.
Oh yeah, but it's it's an interesting example. But realize it's 1 billion euros, and I say that because you have also someone from the European Investment Bank who has raised his hand, and of course, that's not, we didn't bother you, let's say, with this, but I think it's interesting to hear also from the financial side, because of course all these things cost money. How do we do that? So there you go. Well,
yes, hello, good morning, Wojciech Deska, EIB. I decided to raise my hand not only to comment on this third project, but I just want to congratulate all 3 teams and want to reflect on all of them for a while. I'm not hiding that I like the first concept first, and the third one could be a sort of an add to the first one, and I will tell why, and I will also reflect on this one at the end. I will start with what I don't like in all of the 3. I mean, there will be one more. Yes. Okay, so there are hopes for the 4th one. All of these plans and designs are for a project in a city, and what I don't like in all of them is that there are hard borders cutting a project out of the city. So that's just a comment to all of the young groups that are sitting here. So you cannot just detach the project. And I think, especially in Poland, unfortunately, there are a lot of projects, city urban development projects, tiny development projects or housing projects that are definitely planned in alienation for the rest of the town. So the roads or the water lanes that are drafted here, they just disconnect from the rest, and no one really knows what it is. It is a single homogeneous organism. And we really need to plan these projects like that. So that's one. Second, it is indeed a large space in the city of Wrocław, and it has one and only chance to do something about it. It could be a landmark like in Singapore, and I think that the budget of it will definitely be higher than $1 billion, probably because there is inflation and cost escalation every day here in Europe. But I think, leaving the jokes aside, indeed, there is a chance to do a landmark. And I think the first project presented was sort of a landmark, to have a park, a really new quality in town, offsetting the potential market square, a lot of brick and stones that we can see in this town. So there is a concept like that, and I think we are looking for a concept like that. I think the third project, which addresses a lot of green stuff, as we can see on the chart, it's too detailed, too packed, and to me personally lacks the identity. Yes, you started very nicely with holistic approach, with holistic place, but then you were drowned with details. And I think with landmarks, like we saw pictures in Singapore, there are no details. It's just a statement. There is something behind it. And I think Wrocław may want to have things like that. I would call it, they may want to have an agent of change that is popping its impact on other areas of town, which are not drafted here. Comment on the second project, which to me reflects a little bit like an old project of Culture Island in Berlin. A nice project for a capital city, a nice project to be financed from federal budget, but probably not the project to be financed from city of Wrocław, addressing the needs of, let's say, citizens that live outside of Wrocław. And again, we also at the bank, we see a lot of projects in the middle of towns that are for people, everyone, but not from the town. Yes, you ship them with trains, with cars and everything, for an event. It's like a football stadium, and they disappear after a while, after 1 hour of drinking or so. So the question is, does Wrocław want to have a project addressing the needs of other cities, or does it want to have a project addressing the needs of this concrete place, neighbors that would walk 15 minutes from the other areas? We should identify what are these areas, what are these people, are they really old? Are there really, you know, those that need elderly homes or social housing? Maybe they do. So I guess the understanding of who are you dealing with, where you are, what's the neighborhood, these are the things that I was a little bit missing of this. And again, the first concept with a big landmark, that's good. And I'm not sure that Wrocław would like to have just a forest. Yes, it's probably fairly cheap to do, but there may not be enough revenues if the city treasurer would say, so we give up 20 hectares of land in the city center for a forest. There may need to be some trade-offs, and it's always like the drawing a nice, fast sport car by the engineers, and then the finance people come and say, let's do a combi. So that's always a trade-off that we will need to think about. But I think it's excellent that there is this brainstorming and discussion on these visions. But as I said, let's remember it's in town and it's not an alienated project. Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Well, that's and take that comment for granted. I mean, you know, that's maybe something we should a little bit yes, well, we should maybe also a little bit consider more, let's say, these kind of aspects in our work, and that is also maybe something for university, because you have these people here, so why not integrate it also in your studies? Eric Passer, Amsterdam.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, Eric from Amsterdam, and thank you very much for your presentation. I was thinking, I thought it was a brilliant title, Healing Place, because I felt this project, and also the other two, is about a sort of a diagnosis of a trauma in the city. So I think it's not just of healing people, but it's about healing the city. I think many cities have these kind of traumatic places where a lot of urban planning mistakes, to say it mildly, have taken place. And you took up one that I found very interesting. That is this old canal that has been there for centuries, and then it was taken away, like it's completely a neglect of the city identity. and you restored it. So that's part of a healing process. And I think also these big motorways are part of a sort of traumatic moment in the history of the city. So what I find very inspiring, besides all the details that can be discussed, but in 3 days' time, what can you ask? But I think this project and the other two are about healing the city, basically. And I think that's very important. And I have one thing that maybe something to work on further, that is all three of the projects have this, I find a more or less negative approach towards the cars. I think that's fair enough, because the cars are part of this traumatic moment in the city. But just take them away is not the solution, because they connect the site with a huge region. It connects also, cars also connect people. So I would like to suggest to think something more about slowing down, a strategy of congestion, to embrace the idea that cars have to stop here. And then it could be a meeting place to heal the city. Thank you.
Thanks. I would like to add one thing. So even for the previous questions as well. So we are basically trying to implement this particular project in like phases and see how the audience, as in like the locality users, they are reacting to it, how much they are like getting involved in this place. And that's one of the major reasons like we are not like going for like huge investment thing on the very first thing. So in the first thing over here, you can see we are having this place where the cars are going, where all the flyovers and all. And as we are moving ahead in this phases, you can see now we have it's kind of like we're restricting the traffic movement, and it's now something like a bicycle way as well as, like a pedestrian walkway. The cars, the cars can, like, since they are the locals from here, they know much more about the local routes. So the thing is, like, there are other ways in which we were thinking of, maybe like putting the traffic, and gradually when we go to 2050, when there will be like very much less requirements of cars and all, and maybe who knows, we might have flying cars. So that's the thing, we are having this like a complete green patch for this third phase. Yeah.
All I'm saying is less connections is not the answer. Better connections with less cars and more public transport. So that is
Definitely, yes. Thank you.
Last question, I think, and then we move on.
Hi everyone. First of all, I'd like to congratulate all the three groups, because I understand, I have also been student, so I know putting up this much of work in 30 hours is a lot, and you really struggle with each other also to convince what's the best to put on the screen finally. So congratulations on that. But I like to rather give a suggestion, not a comment. I feel that most of you are students from architecture, urban design, or geography and economics probably. And maybe if you keep your technical thing aside and think as a citizen of this city, what this site can do for the city would be also give you more human solutions. Probably having a housing makes sense in terms of economics, but is it the best solution? Because this housing will give the ownership to the most elite people of the city, and you're taking that ownership from public and giving to only a certain restricted number of people who can actually have access this area. So is it the best idea to work around this kind of site? And also, one last thing which I like to suggest is that maybe instead of working on the solutions which are more permanent, you can think on more dynamic solutions. We have been hearing from yesterday about the great floods the city faced, and also about the recent pandemic. And now our cities need more dynamic spaces which can accommodate the functions which we cannot think as planners. So it would be nice also to add functions that are more dynamic and more spontaneous rather. So that would be my comment. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We had a plan to make this co-working area in maybe can somebody just show it? There, not lower. Oh, like there, you can maybe see it better on the model. This area is made by some bungalows, little houses, and in the time of peace or in good time, they can work as co-working space that somebody can rent. But during this unexpected crisis, they can be some kind of place or some kind of rented flat for people in need. So this is this kind of flexibility we can give, we can offer. Yes, thank you.
The unplanned. There's a final remark from you, and then we will go to our cakes.
Thank you so much. My name is Jerzy Wątka, and I'm from Wrocław University of Science and Technology. And I would like to make one remark for what you said. Very valuable comments. However, the issue with the scale and the connection with the city is maybe our fault or our responsibility, because at some point we had to decide on what scale students should work. So definitely there was a discussion on the city scale, and we discussed the communication which is on the big island, so-called big island on the east, and what's happening in the west with the main square. But they actually got the plans in this scale, and this is what they were asked to work on. So if you said that they should think more globally, it was. The students from Wrocław definitely know the place and know it's a kind of a strong point to change something and bring new values. However, it's not, if it's someone's fault, it's not theirs, it's ours. Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Well, thank you all. I don't think we talk about someone's fault, but it's indeed, of course, since we are a metropolitan network, of course, we start always on that metropolitan level. But we have had these discussions also with you during the days, and we had, of course, also people from the network trying to a little bit push and influence you here and there. I would like to thank you so much for this up until now. There will be another group after the break, but first we need some coffee and some cakes.
Sure. Thanks for the presence here.
Which means we will be back at, then I'm looking at 20 minutes. although it's a bit abstract with the streaming. I'm now behind this thing here. I must say I got some nice response from our online guests. I don't know exactly how many there are, but apparently there are some. And let's say, good to think of paradigmas. It might be a bit more sharp. You might be a bit more bold. I don't know what the teacher said to you, but you should sometimes be, don't believe your teachers and do better. And people are also pretty happy that we have this kind of involvement, because you are, of course, the new generation. So in that sense, thank you very much for your comments. That's very nice. But let's get started with the last student group. And after that, there will be 2 presentations from other students. She's nodding yes. But this is still about the Poleczny Square. And of course, you have listened to the comments. So maybe a little bit explain less about your proposal, let's say, what you have prepared. But maybe try and address what is also said here, if you can. That would be a bit of a challenge to you, because you have now heard all these comments, so you know exactly what we think is necessary. So go ahead.
Okay, good morning. My name is Tatiana. I do my master course in urban planning in Politecnico di Milano, and this is my colleagues, Natale and Marcel, from University of Wrocław and Wrocław University of Science and Technology. We are glad to be here and present our project for Social Square, and we called it Upside Down. As our colleagues said earlier, this social square is not so social. And as we noticed, its shape reminds us a bit some human scale concepts of Leonardo da Vinci or Le Corbusier, but in fact, this square is not human welcoming or human scale or human centered at all. So we started to thinking how we can reverse the situation, to put it upside down and bring the opportunities of this place from bottom to up. We went through some key documents about sustainability in order to identify some tips that we can use in our project, such as inclusion, climate action, circular economy, gas emission, and others. We also had a look on the practices that already exist in Poland and in Italy and in other countries like Netherlands and Copenhagen.
And as the next step, we tried to define some of the main challenges that we would have to face while trying to redesign the Społeczny Square. And the 3 of us have done like a bit of a brainstorming session in which we focus not only on the site itself, but also we try to think, to look at the bigger picture and try to also think about the global scale. So as you can see on the diagram, the thing that came up the most was, for example, climate change, housing crisis, traffic, and pollution. And then we focused a bit more on the site itself. We did a SWOT analysis, thanks to which we managed to point out the biggest strengths, weaknesses of the site, and also we managed to ask questions like, what if Społeczny Square could become a new landmark in the city, or what if Społeczny Square could become a place to be, not a place to pass by. And as you already know, Społeczny Square translates into social square or community square. Well, either way, the name itself indicates that this place should be for people, should be for people's needs. So we were curious about how other citizens of Wrocław feel about that area and how they would envision it to be like. So we went on Facebook, as it obviously is one of the most common conversation grounds in terms of any political or social issues. And we went through comments under one of the articles about Społeczny Square, and to sum them up, most of the people would love to see a lot of green areas, a lot of open green areas in that on the site, and also not much of them would love to see high density buildings. Then we moved on to our concept. Keeping all of the analysis we've done in mind, we thought that the traffic is also one of the main challenges in that area. So we started with redesigning the infrastructure, and we came up with that upside down infrastructure concept. And by upside down, we mean we tried to reverse the priority in that area, as for now, cars are the main users of Społeczny Square, and we tried to turn it upside down and make pedestrians the prioritized users. And also we rearranged the road system. We tried to do it in more like a circular way that doesn't affect the center of that area that much. And we also introduced public transport into the central area. And also we use like slow traffic policy on every street. Then we moved on to land use, and we wanted it to be very multifunctional, and we came up with like 3 core functional zones. The first one is business center and commercial square that could potentially become one of the city's new landmarks. We were thinking about doing really dense buildings, for example, skyscrapers or any other monumental kind of buildings. We also decided to place another commercial zone on the other side of that area with lots of like communal spaces, a cultural park, a university square, and that it can be also a place to host some cultural events. And well, as we said earlier, that climate change is one of the main challenges practically everywhere. We also wanted to focus a bit more on that. We wanted to maintain the continuity of the existing green areas and kind of expand them into this central area of Społeczny Square. And we also were thinking about water infrastructure. We were thinking about designing some, for example, like rainwater storages, or maybe trying to connect it somehow to Odra River and some existing water canals around the old town. And also we were thinking to make Społeczny Square at least partly self-sufficient, and we were thinking about circular economy, reusing of the materials, and renewable energy in that area. Yeah, and these are the 3 previous diagrams combined. Yeah, and this is how like our strategy map looks like as a whole. And then we have our hand-drawn strategy map, which maybe shows our ideas in more detail.
And now we are moving to the 3D visualization of our master plan. So here you can see our master plan for this territory. You can see the new landmark of business center, then the landscape park, Preserved Estacade, which now works as a commercial center with a public space in front of it, and the residential area on the embankment. Some inspiring references. So this is business district with the commercial square. Preserved Estacade with the shops on the first floor and public place in front of it. And the parts of landscape park with some lakes that can be connected with the river and the canals. It can be a part of the runoff system, and it can also involve local biodiversity, plants and birds inside the territory. So now we are moving to our final key principles and our program. So the first one is pedestrian-friendly infrastructure that puts active mobility to a priority place. We offer to change street layout to maintain slow traffic policy on the roads, and expand the grid of pedestrian paths inside the territory. And in the future, we're expecting this neighborhood, this part of the territory, to be with no cars. The second point is public health and social cohesion, because we offer to provide open-air activities in the park, such as theaters, cinemas, workshop, probably yoga. And also we want to provide sports equipment as a playground or tennis courts in order to enhance physical activity of local citizens. We are also inspired by the idea of providing new landmark of this territory. This place can be given to international architects in order to create amazing and self-sufficient buildings, which can be a new sign of modern town, of new epoch of Wrocław. And as we noticed here, the architectural styles are mixed with fantastic taste. So we think that the city of Wrocław is ready for this kind of architectural changes. And this could be the next step in business and tourist potential on the international level of the city. The next is a resilient environment. As we said before, we want to maintain green and blue system balance and continuity, and we also expect that our new landmark and residential area will follow some steps of circular economy, renewable energy, and principles of green architecture. And last but not least is mixed housing, which will welcome people of different age, income, possibilities and occupation together in one place, where children, students, senior citizens and local can feel free and safe. And we want to end with the quotation with which we were inspired during the workshop. If something is good for 8 years old child or 80 years old senior citizen, it will be good for all people. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. That's a very compact presentation, but with a lot of work, as far as I can see. Quite amazing. I don't know. I have my doubts about, let's say, there are doubts about high-rise and sustainability. I noticed from Lyon, where actually the mayor stopped all high-rise because this is eating a lot of energy to make it and to maintain it. But I'm only an idiot. So what are the ideas in the audience about this? Anyone who would like to comment on this? There was one first there and then here. Helsinki.
Yes, thank you. So my name is Alpo Tani. I work for the city of Helsinki in a strategic urban planning unit there as a climate change mitigation specialist. And I'm really happy to be able to follow all these excellent presentations this morning. I really admire the kind of the emphasis that you have been able to put together in such a short amount of time. So that's why I also feel I was a little bit like worried whether I can even say this comment, because I don't kind of give sort of unfair feeling to you. But still, in my opinion, we need to really concentrate into planetary boundaries in everything what we do in the cities and in the metropolitan areas, meaning the especially climate change mitigation. And we have a target years that are somewhere around 2040 or 2050. It might feel that it's a long way to get there, but in urban planning context, it's basically nothing. And that's why we as a professionals, we need to understand that it's actually our planning task. We need to sort of plan that future. And it's fairly easy to say, but not very easy to really show what does that mean in the concrete actions. And with this last group, I was happy that you mentioned climate sustainability, climate targets, but I have to say that I was thinking a bit like Henk, how well these high towers will, or skyscrapers will fit into that sort of strategic framework. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. As we mentioned before, we expect that this place can be given to a kind of competition on the international level. So architects from all over the world can take parts in designing this place. So yeah, it's kind of a bit hard to say how it will be in phasing, because in this case we need help also from the side of architects.
I'm not an international architect. I'm a regional planner from Oslo. This is really impressive, the work you've done. What I liked is, especially to begin with, was your analytical approach to the space. It was really solid. I mean, in the time you've had available, to be honest, this was really, really impressive. I mean, I'm not talking about the result you can see behind you now at the moment. I'll come back to that. But I think that the work, the strategic analytical approach that you had, I mean, you didn't even mention linking to the rest of the city. It was there in the way you understood the space. In spite of the way that the project was designed, you know, this is the space you're working on, but you automatically saw this in the context of where it is and its function. On that basis, my comment on what you've done here is, obviously this is not, it looks like a nice detailed plan. Of course it's not. All the details will come through architects' competitions, through marketing, selling the land, and these long processes. This is maybe 20, 30 years down the line. In Oslo, as in many other cities, we've had big transformation projects which have ended up with complex high-rise office developments, such as you've drawn here. This would obviously be an enormous competition with the beautiful old centre with the skyline and the few church spires that you can see from there. But it can work. It can work if you get the right architects together and you can get some really good complementary high-rises that communicate, that somehow fulfill each other and somehow relate to the centre around it. So I'm not so afraid of that. On the comment from Helsinki, obviously the bigger we make everything, the more strain it is on the planetary resources. To that I would say, I mean, I'm not disagreeing with my colleague from Finland. Of course, this is totally correct. The challenge is that cities are where more stuff is happening. Everything. Somehow we have to accommodate it, and we have to accommodate it in future-oriented ways. Smart, sustainable, all the rest. And I think my feeling, also because of the analysis you had before, is that what you're proposing here addresses some of that in a really interesting and ambitious way. Cities are going to grow. And Wrocław, it's a huge regional centre. It's the same size as Oslo. I mean, it could be a capital in a small country. And this image you have here is such an exciting, I think, expansion of the urban centre, the old historic core, in a way that really could attract people out to this area in a way that I haven't seen in the other proposals. I love the other proposals, but this has a mixture of activities. There's shopping there, there's a lot of really interesting housing possibilities, and the office space which somehow fits in between. The big risk is that the office space, the way you've put it there, would become a barrier. It would add to the barrier effect that's already there with the shopping mall and the Hilton Hotel and the panorama. These are all exciting things in themselves, but they're not places you would comfortably spend a leisurely walk past. They're big monumental buildings or places which are based on cars. This would be the same. It's not necessarily based on cars. The really good thing about the concentrated offices that you have here is that it would create a sustainable, the basis for a sustainable transport solution. I'm not sure where the railway station is in Wrocław. Is it near here? The most important thing the most important thing for concentrated offices is sustainable accessibility. You can't have lots of car parks there. You have to have all the tram lines and all the easy rail access to a space like that. So that is something that you would need to think about exactly where that would fit in and how it would work, because the single tram line through would be hopeless to serve this space. It just wouldn't work. And you can't fit in all the car parking space you would need for that. So you need somehow to organize the accessibility for such a huge development that you're proposing. But I like it. I think it's really ambitious. Thank you.
Thank you.
And by the way, you can think about skyscrapers, but there's also something like a ground scraper. They exist. Look at Charles Jenks and his books. And yeah, indeed. I'm interested in what you
Okay, congratulations. I really like it. I think you made it, despite you were the most ashamed group. I mean, cheer up. I think you catched a lot of things. Firstly, congratulations on catching up on the landmark. It may not be money-making thing, but it may be a new sort of a thing that Wrocław could be recognizable, and I really stand for it, despite it will not make money for them. I think use of the old stuff, and you mentioned all of the buzzwords like circular economy, like climate adaptation, climate mitigation. Not sure it's visible on this particular chart, but I think you have a good understanding of it. And I'm not an urban planner. I work with projects that some were designed by urban planners, and we have a little bit of conflicting business or interest. I mean, firstly, that as the colleague said, you look with a horizon of 25, 50 years. And I think that's great, and maybe this is a picture of years to come. And also I work with politicians like Mr. Mazur, who has certain years in the office, and he wants to have a concrete result, and he would love to have this picture to be developed by the time he leaves the office. So it's also a tricky part. It's a tricky part. So when looking at this picture and also high-rise buildings, probably there is no demand for them in the next 5 years. Yes, Wrocław is not the place where you have investment bank like Goldman Sachs or Facebook or Mr. Musk to come here and open his office, pay $1 million for it. We actually did a preliminary market study and demand analysis who would basically slash half of these buildings on the map today. But this is a plan for the future, and I think congratulations for the vision. You have the vision and you actually know what you want to achieve. Maybe not everything could be built in one go, but I think there is a plan and it's good. And I also bet that there will be firms willing or capable of building high-rise buildings that will be sustainable. I've been to Raiffeisenplatz 1 at the head office of Bank Raiffeisen. Apparently it's a sustainable building with a massive screen confirming that it's sustainable. So, just looking at this massive screen, ask questions, is it really because they need to prove to others that it is sustainable? But it's like with waste incinerators. They also need to prove that they are not polluting air. But leaving it aside, I think this obviously would need to be adapted to the, let's say, economic potential of the town and whether there will be demand for all of these buildings, especially the office space, knowing that it has a little bit different demand in Wrocław. But all other stuff, I think you really managed well. So again, congratulations to the team.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I think, by the way, looking at this rough scheme, it also seems to be that you can take out parts and change it for other solutions. So there's a sort of flexibility in the scheme where if you don't want to high-rise, it could also be something else without, let's say, changing the whole concept. Because I think the heart of it, the center, the park, and this huge square, I think that is such a strong image. And it is even repositioning in a very nice way the German building. I mean, who could have thought that? Somehow it fits. Any more questions? From Paris, here we are.
Hello, Paul Lecroix from Paris. Yes, I would like, I don't want to comment on this particular scheme, but I would like to make a general comment about the method. Really, congratulations for the 4 teams, because really I think you've done a lot of work in a very short time. It's already been said, but what I like is that you started by going on the site, you started understanding the site, but what I didn't see, it was really the big picture. And what I mean by the big picture is how does this area fit in the city and the metropolitan area, but also how does it fit in the story, the history of this city. We've got a complex, layered cities with different influence, German influence, Soviet influence, Polish influence, and all these fit in a structure. And what I didn't see in many of these designs was the street grid as a sustainable structure for the future. There are, if you go back to history, maybe you can understand the site and understand better the way that it fits, and it could fit in the future in the existing city. And the other thing that has been said, but maybe could have been worked more upon, is design with nature. What was this site 200, 300, 400 years ago? What was it part of the river system? The river has been really quite forgotten, I think, in many of the designs we have seen this morning. So perhaps working on the whole structure of the city could have historical structure, social structure, and natural structure could have maybe inspired some of the teams. But really, again, congratulations. There are lots of very interesting ideas. I love the healing concept. I'm interested also in the incremental way that I think it's the 3rd team worked on. I like in this scheme, I like the idea of making a place, making it more than a local neighborhood, making it a place at metropolitan level. So yeah, and I also like the idea of making it a place for culture. So we have ingredients in all these projects for a new vision for the area. But please really work, and I don't think it's the teacher's fault. I really don't think it's the teacher's fault, because I think as students you must really question the assignment. And I really think that the first move you need to is saying, they're asking us to work on this side, but we are going to work on the whole city. And then once we've done that, we can figure out what can be done on this side. But I think that would be maybe a proposal for you, is question the assignment and really bring things, and I think you've done already that, but bring things that are unexpected, but building the narrative at the scale of the city and the metropolitan area. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Speaking about the first question about the history of our architecture, as we already mentioned, while working in the city, we noted that here in Wrocław we have a lot of example with mixture architecture from different decades and centuries, and it's done in a fantastic way. So that's why, still working with this place, we decided that probably there should be the next step in architectural style. There should be a new mark, a new sign of modern town. And speaking about the second question about the nature, one of the idea was to reopen the canals that can be closed in this part of the city. And in this order, we analyzed a bit historical map of the Wrocław, but we did not see any closed canals, specifically in this area. So we decided to do it in an artificial way.
How is it now? You are from Wrocław?
No, I'm from Politecnico di Milano.
Politecnico Milano, yeah. Well, because it's nice that you already talk about we here in Wrocław. Very good.
We, our group.
You also?
Yeah. Okay. Hi, Christina again from the city of Helsinki. Just a comment, and inspired also from the Paul Lecroix over there. He was talking about the history of the city, where actually on my work desk, I'm working on the U-space, airspace, and the use of the drones, how the 3D, the third dimension is coming over our cities. And actually immediately I thought that, yeah, the river network and the drones and their future, etc., that could be fitted into those high-rise buildings and the concept of this easily. So the adaptation of the future and also sort of looking into the future that can be nicely adapted, solving a lot of problems that we foresee actually on that agenda. So that's coming on everybody's desk. I'm unfortunate it's coming. Good work.
Thank you.
Thank you, Siamak from Strasbourg. Well, I really like your presentation, particularly the housing project and adequate housing, social housing for everybody. What's questioning me is you started pointing that the global warming and climate change is your key starting point, but your proposition can also contribute to enhance global warming when you have the domination of this business center, very big, or the artificialization of the other part. So, and maybe it's some part of water missing there. Maybe we can reconsider, or may I suggest you to reconsider, to rescale the business center, to bring it to a more local scale with social economy, with a place for artists, economy, and gastronomics, but not that sort of high-rise that can be considered as a domination of the economy and the business on everything else, on the city. And maybe at the era of climate change, we need a rescaled economy.
Thank you. We expected this new landmark to be not only a business center, condensed parts of this territory, but also the example of circular economy tips that then can be used on the whole this territory, also in the residential area, but also probably in the whole city in the future.
I've learned from Amsterdam that the circular economy, you also need places to put stuff away for a while, to then reuse them again, which is also taking a lot of surface. So circular economy with these kind of buildings is also quite a challenge, I think. A short question, because we need to move on, but then only Peter, and then...
Very quick comment. A very quick comment on the high-rises. Don't just think businesses. There could be a lot of exciting housing in that area, and you can have a lot of exciting activities on the ground floor. This is terribly important because it makes the area attractive for everybody. If it's only tower blocks for offices, then you will create an urban desert for half the day. But think housing and mixed use on the ground floor. Yeah, I mean, you had the images. This is what it's about, and it's something quite different from just a lot of banks.
We just learned that that kind of functions are probably not very, very likely here, unless Elon Musk is landing his whatever thing, spacecraft here. But that won't happen. I would like to stop because we need also time for the last two presentations, which are from a different background. Let's say that was already done. So thank you very much. Fantastic work. And we will come back to these students, of course, because they've done a lot of work in more or less no time. 30 hours sounds like nothing, but it's a lot of work over the weekend. There are now two presentations. Where are they? You introduce a bit on that? Yeah, because that's not...
Thank you. Yeah, once again, I'm from here, from Wrocław University of Science and Technology. My name is Jerzy Łądka, and together with my colleague, Wojciech Januszewski, colleagues, and Marcelina Terelak, in last semester, the autumn semester, we ran the course which is about the multifamily housing. So what we've done, we gave to the students the local plan of development, which was established in 2010. And we asked students to design some quarters. To look first, for the first few weeks, they look at the whole plan of this area. They could question it, they could change it, but they had to have an argument for this plan, how they would like to change it. But the main task was to design multifamily housing in general or mixed-use buildings. So now I would like to ask first group, two students, Ada and Isa, to present their design, how they imagine that on the current state, on the current local plan of development, this area could look like. The floor is yours.
Okay, hello everyone again. That's us. This one in different team. This time in different team. We would like to start by going a bit again about this master plan, this urban master plan, very quickly. In the urban part of the project, we tried to modify the current urban plan. We decided to make the green areas bigger, bring the meaningful greenery inside, as you see this big park that goes along the northern side. We brought this from Panorama Racławicka to Wróblewski Square. We propose underground transit from Grunwaldzki Bridge and from Peace Bridge, underground obviously. And this way we achieve called calmed down car communication above ground.
And this idea is more about like the the concept of the project, which can be implemented, for example, not in a 20, 50 years, but we're speaking about like nowadays. So that's why the transit we are speaking of is still existing and so on. So we're keeping the cars here, the movement like we have, for example, today. So we divided this whole area to living units, and we have chosen this marked on red one, and yeah, we will move forward. Okay, it's burned out, but yeah.
We will define.
The next step was to design the part in our quarter. Our project of the quarter is placed by the Grunwaldzki Bridge on axis to the post office. And also in this place we decided to give them the importance of the axis by our tower. It's the mixed-use building. Yeah, here we have a Grunwaldzki Bridge and our living unit, and it's a mixed functional building, and it's 11 floors. Yeah, so it's not that high. It's connecting with the with other existing buildings near this area. So it's not like the main dominant of this site.
Additionally, our quarter is placed in between the park and the square that's designed in our master plan. So from the side of the square, we decided to create the elevations, the facades more dramatically or dynamically. And from the side from the park, it's more calmed down, as you can see down here. And could you show maybe? Next. Yeah. Yeah, so you can see the calmed down version. This is the axonometry, and you can see also the inside of our project. We also decided, because of the place we are in this master plan, to make possible passage in between the square and the park. You can see the paths inside going from these spaces. Yeah, our project is not a completely closed-off space. Basically, it's a city center, so we don't want to act like there will be no people.
Okay, and here we have the plan of the ground floor. And as Ada spoke, we have the access here from the park to the market here. We implemented the services and some restaurants, offices, co-working spaces on the ground floor. This is the only building with gardens and flats for the people on the maybe not a total zero level, but on a
half floor up.
Yeah, half floor up. We implemented also some water here and areas for children. And here we have the plan of the flats above. And we wanted to give as many possibilities of the
living situations.
Yeah.
Basically, we made a few possible solutions for the flats. We made flats for singles, for students, for couples, for bigger families. And so, yeah, you can't see it here, but I promise it's visible on the computer. So that's why every building is designed for a specific residence.
Yeah, the tower, as I said before, is mixed.
We also included some communal spaces.
Yeah, it will be seen on the section, maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe not this one, but here, for example, on the section we can see the students building, and here we got the section from the shared spaces for them and co-workings, etc. And under this whole quarter, we have the underground parking lot.
Also about the materials, we wanted to reference the surrounding architecture that is in Społeczny Square. So we used red brick as in the post office and white plaster as in the OVO building or the Manhattan.
Wrocław Manhattan, yeah.
Wrocław Manhattan buildings, yeah.
And here we have the view from the section from the highest building, and also we got here the shared space here, and on the ground floor we have the services, and here we have the various flats, and yeah. I think it's all. So thank you.
Thank you. We will continue with the next group because we are also a bit short in time. So if the next group can come.
Okay, I think we'll skip the comments and questions. I would like to invite the other group, the second group, which works simultaneously, also at the beginning of the master plan, and they came down to the scale of architecture. So just to give you some insight how they imagine one of the quarters. The group was working on the whole plan, and they choose the quarter, and then they are elaborated in more architectural and detailed way. So you can see also on this beautiful mock-up how the students imagine it.
Okay, so good morning again. We would like to show you by summary a project from our last semester. It's not METREX project, but it's from our university. It's more architectural than urban, like METREX project, but this is a smaller and different scale. We name our project as Społeczna 8, it's like social 8, because we designed 8 different buildings. And at the beginning, we had also black hole on Społeczny Square, and we had to design an urban structure. Okay, so it was this is Społeczny Square, and we choose these 2 areas to design our buildings. The main idea was to rearrange social square, restore housing, commercial spaces, and also communications.
We design the space so that every user could find his own place here. In the center of district, there are dynamic areas for equally dynamic and intensive users, while creating taller multi-residential buildings fabric. However, approaching towards the river, the buildings become lower and quieter in urban scale. Our quarters are more into the city center, so the scale is higher and in order to preserve the main compositional axis, we decided to create the avenue that will invite the new users into the center of our district from early as Grunwald Bridge. When we're constructing the traffic roads in the design area, we were guided by assumption to reduce the volume of traffic and distribute it around perimeter of area. In contrast, our particular short roads served by residents of quarters, but also propose an underground tunnel here. It's like a very short presentation. Oh. Okay. Here's the tunnel. We design a tunnel here, and whole communication is going right here, like a circle, because we want to achieve that place and that boulevards to use in social, residential areas. Because here's a tunnel, and under is tower tunnel, but upwards it's residential areas. So,
So moving on to the design process for these buildings, we were working.
Sorry, it's bleached out completely, so you have to trust us.
We were working on trying to find like most fitting and most interesting design, interesting buildings, and whole structure for that area, while taking into account mainly the height of the existing buildings to keep like a balanced relation with them. As the design is divided by a broad, very lively promenade, the ground level becomes quite overly exposed to the public. So we decided to elevate this whole quarters to the height of 2 stories to create space perfect for commercial use, spaces right here, and then dedicating rest of the floors to housing units. And by placing that whole area significantly above the ground, we managed to create more private space for its inhabitants, and both like visually and physically separated from that broad alley in the middle.
It's like stairs, privacy stairs. Here is the public spaces, here is semi-public spaces, and here is apartments and rooftops. That is also available for citizens.
Yeah, and moving on to the design of the residential buildings themselves, the main idea was to create housing units for everyone, people from different age groups with different income and very different needs. That is why we created like 4 main types of housing units. There are housing units varying from very small studios, designed like as a co-housing space, and to very spacious apartments, and also not forgetting about like 3 or 4 bedroom apartments dedicated to like larger families. Yeah, and these are the 4 groups of those 4 types of apartments. Well,
we are sorry for our boards, but we also prepared mock-up, so you can go to us and look closer. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And now we finalize actually with some hands up. We finalize with rewarding these students, is it? I don't know.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I've stolen the mic from Henk. We were soon ask our guest Hubert Trammer to comment on all the presentations we've seen, but before I really need to ask a question to the students that the last 2 presentations specifically. Did your perception of design of the spaces like Społeczny Square changed after the workshops?
I would say that in an urban way definitely has changed very much, but in the maybe the architecture scale, I think that I guess me and Ada has bitten it quite well, because we thought about the mixed-use apartments, the like open for everyone, for every group's types of people, families, lonely couples, the elderly and students. So I think that it went quite well in an architectural way, but in the urban way, I guess many doors are opened now. So thank you very much for this workshop.
As an urbanist, I should say everything starts with urbanism. Hubert Trammer has the word to finalize this session, and then we go into the ceremony.
Okay, so I'm the member of the Round Table of New European Bauhaus, but I'm from Poland. And to this whole project, I would say that the very big value is that we have 4 projects which show different approaches that we can combine and compare this project. And so I must say that I personally the closest to my way of thinking is this second project with these smaller blocks, which is continuing the fabric. So I disagree with some voices which were saying that these projects are not connecting with the city. I would say that every project connects with the city. There are, for example, these green belt connections. This second project, there are a small scale of block which is following the city. And in fact, this second project can be built in the way as in Wrocław is already built, that city is selling something to the developers and they are building, can be also built in the way which in Wrocław is not built and should be in more scale to give to housing cooperative, to also make more communal housing. It can also be combined one block by the other block. The other question is this other project, which was as the third one with very vast green space and few buildings. So for my understanding, it is I'm not very close to that thinking. But on the other way, we may say that Wrocław is a city which has very many empty spaces. Maybe not many so big as this one, but for example, by Plac Strzegomski, you have also place for development. So maybe there will be a moment where there is, so maybe the needs which are to be built, there are big, but maybe not enough to fill in all these empty spaces. So I think it is very good to have a strategy to make these empty spaces lovely by other way that filling it like in the dense fabric. And this third project or the second or the first project show this way. And regarding the fourth project with the skyscrapers, as it can be said, the skyscraper can be sustainable, but not so much glazed as that one. But I think that changing the general concept, changing these details as glazing will not change the general concept. I have had a privilege, I was among the privileged people who could see this project on Sunday already. So I must say that we were giving a lot of remarks, and the students has taken consideration our remarks, has changed a lot of details, but has not changed the basic concept. So it shows that this concept are capable to be changed in many details to make better without changing the basic idea. For example, in this third concept, they have had tunnels for the traffic. And I, for example, criticize these tunnels because I said that when you build tunnels, you encourage car traffic because cars can pass quickly, and then these cars go up. When you see the city of Brussels, you compare Brussels with Amsterdam. Brussels has a lot of tunnels, and Amsterdam has no tunnels, and there is much more traffic jams in Brussels because these tunnels are like in Poland we have concrete shoes which fall you down. The tunnels are concrete shoes which make city be full by cars because people check in Google Map and they see that it's much more attractive to pass through the city center. So when you narrow the streets, it will work better. And I will also discuss with some voices about the landmark that you from the bank said that Wrocław needs a landmark. In my opinion, Wrocław does not need to have a landmark because Wrocław is already a recognizable city. And for example, I would say that in comparison with Frankfurt am Main, which is a seat of very important organization, has a lot of landmark skyscrapers. And I would say, I don't know if you agree with me, that Frankfurt am Main has very central European airport. But I would say that as a city, it does not attract more tourists or more people who want to come there to live than Wrocław. Wrocław has these islands, these rivers. So, and if somebody wants landmark skyscraper, there is already one on the other side of the center. But I would say that but if the skyscraper, maybe it's good that to make like a kind of small island. And also one discussion with there is a point of view that there is 1.5 kilometers and nobody goes there. And I think that if we make attractive this space, this 1.5 kilometer will be no problem. Now this 1.5 kilometer of green is problem because it is not only 1.5 kilometer. There is 1 more kilometer of this social square. So it is too much. But when we have attractive space, I'm from Warsaw, and in Warsaw we have Pole Mokotowskie Park in the center, which has on one side university, on the other side things. So this park is full. People pass it by. And also good to know, maybe it was not shown very much. In Wrocław there is quite marvelous promenade along Odra River and then continues to Oława River. So it already there is already connection. So there is also very good bike system, and I must say that because I also came here by train, taking my bike into the train, and I must say that I like very much, I prefer, it is for me, when I'm not afraid to go on the street, I like going by bike in Wrocław much more than in city of Warsaw, because you have also these bike lanes into the heavy traffic streets, so when I'm very in hurry, it is good. So general, and it is also very good that all the projects were thinking about green and blue infrastructure, about different ways. So they are rooted on one hand, like the project number 2, in the tradition of the 19th century, or like in most of the cities in Germany do now this following tradition. But for example, the last project follows the tradition of La Défense in Paris, but in spite that they are looking back, then they are also looking forward by this green infrastructure. So I think it is very good. I don't know if the Vice Mayor Jakub Mazur will agree with me, but I think that it is very good material to you to see. And also we can also say that, for example, this project number 2 could be the project maximum when we have a lot to build, and the project number 1 could be a stage that if we have, so maybe to make, in Poland it is hard to do it, but for example, like in Switzerland, if it would be possible, but it belongs to the city, this area all. So you can do, because in Switzerland you can do bad planning, but maybe when you adapt it, to sell it not randomly, but to think that what to do, that if we have less demand, we build only part, but we still have like concept number 1, and when we have more demand, we go toward number 2, and when we have much more demand, then we have the part for the towers, which can. So in fact, all those 4 projects could also be combined as different scenarios which can be switched between depending on the development of situation, because situation is very huge. For example, when in Poland 1 year ago we have had 7 million of refugees from Ukraine, we suppose that it is only starting point and we have 15 of them, but many of them came back and now we have only 1.5 million. So we never know what will happen, and different scenarios can take place. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm a bit hidden here now. So let's go in the spotlight. And of course, I invite now Jakub Mansour, because of course we are also very thankful for these students to bring all kind of ideas. That of course, I hope, as said, that they will be beneficial to the city and to the thinking about this place, which is very complicated. So, Jakub.
In many ways, I'm surprised that Hubert Trammer knows so much about Wrocław. Yes. But, you know, when we organized this kind of this conference, when we were thinking about this conference of METREX, we were a little bit selfish because we wanted to achieve something. it is discussion and these scenarios about Społeczny Square. And I must say that after this couple of days, these discussions, this young minds opening some visions about Społeczny Square, and after the presentation I saw, I have to say, I don't like it. I love it. This is amazing, tremendous job. This is something I couldn't imagine myself, that those kind of experts, you, our METREX family, would deliver here to Wrocław. This is the turning point for our city. So we have like one shot to be done properly, to make a wise choice. And we are doing this. Thank you. Thanks to the students, thanks to organizers, both Katarzyna and Katarina, Michał, University of Technical Science, and to you, students. Amazing job. Thank you for that. And now we have some special certificates that we want you to have, to remember, to shape this special place in Wrocław, now and in the future.
For students and for tutors too. It's important. Okay. Okay, so first group number 1, presenting group today. Julia Lupa, Aurelia Durlej, Katarzyna Wodarczyk, Alina Kaczuk, please come here. Filip Eglert and Guillermo Alejandro Ramirez. Thank you very much. And the next group, Kacper Wasilewski, Adrianna Mrozińska, Katarzyna Szałaj, Zofia Dzierżanowska i Justyna Szygulska. Czwarta to trzecia? Okay, thank you very much. And the next group is Izabela Stanula, Aleksandra Pilch, Franciszek Linke, Karolina Pakulska, Oktawia Wieczorek i Obra Sacha. Check. Okay. Natalia Szewczyk. Yeah, the smallest group. Yeah. Natalia Szewczyk, Aleksandra Wiśniewska, Marcel Jedliński i Tatiana Ponomarewa.
Well, thank you once again to all the magnificent students. You're the future. You're the next generation. But we would like to also express our thanks to all the tutors. Without your input, without your support for the students, this wouldn't be possible. So we would like to invite Dr. Katarina Borgman. Thank you very much, Katarina.
Thank you. I had very much fun with the students. Yeah, thank you very much. It was a fun experience, and I hope that the students are not too drained, too tired, but actually a little bit rejuvenated. Have some more coffee if needed.
Thank you, Katarina. We would also like to thank very much Dr. Jerzy Łątka, who was supporting students in all possible locations, on the stairs, on the roof of the facility where we had the workshops. Thank you, Jurek.
So, I just wanted to say that I'm super proud of the students, and you made a really amazing work. I remember we sat at the table at Saturday, 4 days ago, morning, and we were saying, okay, my name is Jerzy, my name is Obrok, and so on and so on. And then 3 days later, you delivered amazing job. So, really proud of you guys.
Now we would like to thank you, Donato Casavola, who joined us from Politecnico di Torino, and he was also supporting students with some inspirations from Piedmont. Thank you very much, Donato. First of all.
Great job. Thank you. Wojtek is not here.
Is Wojtek Januszewski with us?
No.
Okay, so we will give it. Okay. We would like to also thank our tutors from METREX. Is José Manuel Ferreira with us? Can we ask you here? Yes, we would like to. Thank you very much for sharing the inspirations with the students. They were very keen on receiving all the input from you as an expert, and they were trying to introduce this in their project. I hope you saw some of your touches in the final presentations. Great.
Thank you so much for the invitation. It was a pleasure working with you. As everybody said, incredible work in so little time. You learned a lot. It's visible here, and we also had so much fun and learned something with you. Thank you so much.
We would like to also invite here to join us on the stage Sébastien Roland. Sébastien was with us on Monday morning with his lecture that also helped to shape the final project, the final work of the students. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. It was a pleasure for me to talk with the students, and I found ideas I promoted lately. So it should be a rule it's already a rule to involve young people in our METREX conference. So let's keep on like this, and congratulations to the team. It was a great job. So thanks to you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, that's true that it was an amazing opportunity to have it connected to METREX event. Thank you, Hank, very much. And now we would also like to invite Hubert Tramer again. Hubert from New European Bauhaus, who provided amazing support for the students with a lot of inspirations that helped them to open up a little bit and think outside the box. So thank you very much, Hubert, once again.
Thank you very much, and I'm afraid that you have forgotten about diplomas for you two, who are the driving force for the workshops, and it will be. But you have to, okay, and you have also. Okay, so thank you very much. It was very great pleasure to have a possibility to take part in this inspiring experience.
Thank you very much. I would like to add just one last thing. The municipality of Wrocław and METREX would like to kindly invite all the students for the dinner tonight at Zajezdnia? Yes. You have the address on your badges at 7 o'clock. Hope to see you all there in the evening. Oh, that's mandatory. Okay. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you indeed. I think it's now time to feed your hungry stomachs. We will be back here at 2 o'clock, as far as I know, 2 o'clock, here at least on this stage. But please have your lunch, enjoy your lunch. Afternoon will be about our Metropolitan Vision, our Metropolitan Manifesto, very important for us. The presentation, but also the reflection on that. So please join us again and enjoy your lunch. Good luck. which is a very important program, not only for you as individual well, representatives from metropolitan regions, but also for us as a whole. You've all read this manifesto, I hope. So we can start asking questions about what was the typo in it. Did someone found a typo? Did you find any typo, mistype? You see, it's not really, not confident with it. Good people coming in. We will discuss our Metropolitan Manifesto for a Metropolitan Europe this afternoon. And we do that by, of course, first explaining what is there now. And what is there now is, of course, something to have the discussion around. So we thought we can discuss, just discuss it, but it's, of course, always handy if there's something you can discuss about. So this is not the law, this is not a religion, but this is a piece to really discuss, to really further develop, because we need to further develop. And of course, we also need to, let's say, to create more or less one voice for us, for METREX, to go outside, to go, let's say, to Brussels, to go to other fora. There will be, I think May and June is filled with conferences everywhere, so we will, of course, try to wave this as well. But we still need, of course, also more input, more reflections on this. And for that, we have also invited various, let's say, political representatives who could almost in general not be here physically, but they are here virtually, they're online. That is on itself good. We had Jan Olbricht, we thought, but well, he needed to go to his own constituency, which is 200 kilometers from here. But that's how it is. They all have received this piece, and we have briefed them. They have recorded a message. So let's see what they will say. But of course, we have also Siamak Agababai from Strasbourg. He is here live. So that's for us also fantastic. So we have, let's say, a political reflection on this. We will then have an expert panel with people from METREX, but also people from outside METREX, to what's happening there. Ask the phone from our president. A reflection from those people, because we think they have also read it, and of course it has been prepared and will be led by Ivan Tocic, who is, let's say, the expert on this kind of issues, has been doing research on that for many years. And of course that will also open the floor for you to let's say, reflect on what they are saying. So we will have really a debate. I hope we will have a good debate. So please stay awake, because we need your input. And we won't leave the floor here before we know enough. So it's, you know, we need input, and if not, then there's no dinner, because then we need to continue. So I would like to start with inviting Jacob Mazur and Lukasz, first Jacob, to introduce, and then Lukasz Medewska, you all know, the one who knows everything about Wrocław, but also knows everything about the Metropolitan Manifesto, to introduce us. So
maybe it's better to see it after lunch. I hope you had one. You know, it is supposed to be the most crucial point of this conference, the most important part of our discussion. Also, some kind of turning point for us, for people that are trying to change something, to have this implementation solutions that we can create and then we can use on behalf of our inhabitants, but also because we have this ambition and power to be efficient, to find these solutions, to create some added value that we believe. And as we started this discussion on Friday with students, many things has changed during last days. And I must say that yesterday was wonderful day. Together with Łukasz, we've been, and some of you, of course, we've been enjoying so much that we ended at 5 a.m. But this is the part of discussion that we should be all, as a METREX family, always enjoying. About 4 a.m., we decided to split this together with Łukasz, that I will have just a couple of words written down, not to be mistaken. And Łukasz will try to show you what is our manifesto, Metropolitan Vision 2050 about. It doesn't matter the name. I mean, this is what we feel, and this is the real act of our ambition that we can put. So let me use this card, because I slept only 2 hours. And we have some important things to address, maybe to name, and then to shape it together with you and put it on our long track of meetings with politicians, with some people who can help us to implement what and to make happen what we are dreaming about. And being about dream, let me start with high C. I had a dream. I dreamed about a metropolitan Europe. Europe driven with cross-border, multi-level partnerships. Europe based on metropolitan neural network, pulsating with creativity, patience, solidarity, and strong, always positive emotions. In that dreams, I saw millions of people like us. Metropolitan builders, planners, artists, and wanderers, as they travel, experience, discuss, and try to reach a deeper sense of what their life and Europe are about. The word metropolitan, as we all know, is not about big city, nor it is about its rural surroundings. It is about something in between. It is the glue that binds the urban and the rural, the big city with surrounding towns, the public with the private. If you want a strong Europe, and we do, you can't rely only on formal agreements between nation states. You have to develop stronger bonds. Those between individual people, as we are doing here in Wrocław, but also communities, networks. You have to form and develop vivid partnerships. And in order to nurture all those bonds and partnerships, you will have to maintain adequate infrastructures and institutional frameworks. Being metropole is an attitude based on strong emotions. The ones you draw from face-to-face contacts, art, and endless, both spiritual and mundane adventures on your journeys across Europe. This is about the food you eat, the wine you drink, the music you hear, the eyes of people you bump into the small streets and narrow lanes of metropolitan old towns. Back to 2021, the EU Commissioner Elisa Ferreira invited us, the metropolitan partnerships and networks, to cooperate with the European Commission on co-creating the future of the EU. We decided to answer positively. The manifesto we are going to present here is the effect of several reflections and discussions that we held internally and externally, not only as METREX, but also with our wonderful partners and friends from such networks as European Metropolitan Authorities, Xavi, Metropolis and Eurocities. We propose to co-create a resilient, sustainable and prosperous Europe by strengthening the role of its metropolitan dimension. We are, of course, fully aware of all the multiple crises we are coping with nowadays, but we firmly believe that as the Metropolitan Partnership of Europe and their networks, we know how to deal with such challenges. Because we have actually been doing this on a daily basis for decades. Let's face the facts. 60% of the EU population lives in metropolitan areas and regions. Nearly 70% of GDP is created here. More than 80% of migrants choose metropolitan areas and regions as their places to live. At the same time, it is the metropolitan level which produces most air pollution and waste and consumes most energy. We have the right to speak on behalf of both of the people of Europe. And we have the right to demand better metropolitan regulations and allocations, as well as better metropolitan institutions on the EU level and on the national level. We have the right to demand better metropolitan infrastructure to serve and nurture the metropolitan partnerships. We want all of this in order to build Europe around good emotions and to fulfill that dream, our dream, to co-create better future. That's what our METREX manifesto, Metrovision is about. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jakub. I think I now give the floor to Lukas.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll try to briefly introduce you to the text of the manifesto. In case you don't have it or you don't know it, you can have it there. It has a form of such a folder or a leaflet you can take there at the table. So I highly recommend you to do it. And you've probably already noticed a new term we introduced in the text of the manifesto, metropolitan partnerships. We've been struggling for years with definitions of what a metropolitan area or metropolitan region is about, what the word metropolitan means. We've been doing that work for the whole last year. We've been doing it in the first months of this year, and finally we just concluded that it has no sense at all. And there came our Polish MEP, member of European Parliament, Jan Olbrycht, who in one of his speeches used this wonderful term, metropolitan partnerships. So we kicked out metropolitan areas and metropolitan regions from the vocabulary of the manifesto, and we put in the metropolitan partnerships because we deeply feel that the word partnership is very much about what metropolitan means. The word metropolitan, it's being partners, it is about cooperation, co-creating the future, just as Jakub said a while ago. So the manifesto generally is about strengthening the metropolitan dimension of Europe. This is a set of ideas and a set of demands or recommendations that we address to the European Commission and to the national governments, recommendations that in our view should give us in the effect more sense, I would say, of agency, more influence of on what is going on in the EU and not only in the EU, and yes, more money. So here on this slide you once again see the term metropolitan partnerships. We define the metropolitan partnerships as an instrument of supporting better collaboration between urban and rural areas. This is also something Jakub already mentioned, and this is one of the most important ideas of the manifesto, and one of the most important things we underline in METREX, that being metropolitan or a metropolitan partnership is not about being municipal. It is about partnership between the municipal and the rural. So, of course, why we feel that we are in a let's say, correct position, in the right position to formulate such demands. It is because the metropolitan dimension of Europe is already very vivid, it's very active. The metropolitan partnerships are existing. This is something which works. The metropolitan partnerships, as you can see on the slide, are already delivering change. We are experts in cross-border thinking, in the in-between, between the urban and the rural. We know, or at least try to learn and try to implement the know-how about answering current needs, and we try to be, as you can read here, as European as it is possible. So we are ready to co-create a future for Europe, but we, as I've already said, we ask the European Commission and the national governments ask for greater agency. We want to add more metropolitan value to the EU agenda. We are, of course, super experienced and we are ready. So our proposal is to recognize our strength, support us, work with us, reap the benefits. We need, as you can read here, greater freedom and capacity. And on one of the pages of this leaflet, you will find a set of recommendations, a set of quite concrete demands that we want to pass to the European Commission and to the governments. So first of all, we ask for giving the metropolitan partners, or the metropolitan dimension, a formal role within the existing programs and initiatives, such as you can see, Rural Pact, or any other sectoral programs that are, or policies that are shaped and implemented by the EU. We ask for a new and dedicated to the metropolitan dimension, a new EU program, Metropolitan Program 2050, in the framework of the multi-annual budget. We demand the metropolitan dimension to be an obligatory stakeholder in processes regulated by the Code of Conduct of the Partnership Principle. This is one of the main principles of the EU, and it has its own Code of Conduct, and the Code of Conduct precisely tells you who are the partners of those processes. So metropolitan areas and regions or partnerships are not there still. We would like to have a separate EU commissioner responsible for the metropolitan dimension, or at least to put the metropolitan dimension into the field of responsibility of one of the EU commissioners. We want to have influence on the big EU infrastructural programs. We want to put also a greater emphasis on physical metropolitan links across Europe, and that means, for example, investing in big flagship projects such as high-speed railway between the main metropolitan areas of Europe. We, of course, also have some recommendations and demands that we want to exclusively pass to the nation states, to the national governments. So we need operational programs dedicated to metropolitan areas and regions and partnerships on the national level and on the regional level. We, of course, demand, and this is something that we very much understand here in Poland, we demand good metropolitan regulations in order to have good metropolitan institutions and to have good metropolitan budgets. And we, of course, promote something we called a culture of good practices, such as metropolitan strategies and governance models, and we are ready to work on developing them, to give advice, to offer advice about them, and to assist in shaping and implementing them. We are interested, of course, in capacity building among metropolitan communities, and so on and so on. I will skip that. And in the manifesto, I would also like to draw your attention to the part, this is actually the last part of the text, to a part where we define the metropolitan dimension as a service, metropolitan as a service. We show that this metropolitan as service attitude or point of view has actually 3 levels. First of them is about, we call that seed and feed, the second one grow and show, the third one invest and harvest. So there are like 3 steps in implementing metropolitan strategies or in implementing metropolitan programs. So the first one, seed and feed, the M, or Metropolitan as a Service approach, is shaping the programs. The second one, grow and show metropolitan achievements, is implementing the programs. The third one, invest and harvest, is when you have the programs implemented, you have the know-how, so you can share the best examples and give advice. So basically this is what our manifesto is about. Once again, I highly recommend you to read it, and we, as Henk mentioned, we would like to have a good discussion about the manifesto, discussion today, but also after the conference. So, as you can see, the METREX manifesto may seem to be a finished text, a closed one, but it is not a closed text. This is not something set in stone. We are still open to discuss the text and to make changes in the text if you will feel that such changes are needed. The text itself is the starting point of a bigger campaign. We, of course, would like to, as I said, pass the text to the European Commission, to the national governments. We want to speak with them. We will actually speak with the intergroup in the European Parliament at the end of June, thanks to the help of the head of the intergroup, MEP Jan Olbrycht. We want to try to reach the EU Commission on the highest possible levels. We want to be active, to be present at the main metropolitan municipal conferences all around Europe this year. We ask you to carefully read the manifesto. Let us know if we can count on your political support. Try, if we may ask, to discuss the manifesto in your metropolitan areas with relevant stakeholders. And we declare that the deadline for the final version is, as you can see, September the 1st, so that we can be able to launch the manifesto in Brussels. This is the last point on the slide, on September 21st. But before that, as I mentioned, on June 26th, we have the meeting with the Urban Intergroup in the European Parliament. So come and speak with us. Thank you very much. And I think we can announce the discussion on the manifesto, but first we will welcome Wojciech Deska from European Investment Bank. Thank you very much.
I can see that dynamics of the meeting changed a little bit from the earlier part. There are papers in hand, and I have a paper in hand as well. I think with these things, one needs to be careful. And that's also, let's say, that I feel a little bit strained with the limitations I have, and that I cannot really comment on everything I wish. So I will need to be very diplomatic, but all I can say is that whatever you succeed with the Commission, with the regulatory bodies, with politics, you can count on our help, meaning that myself and the bank I'm representing was always a friend of municipalities or urban areas and metropolis. We want to be such a friend, and I will keep my fingers crossed for the successful outcome of your exercise. It's a great honor for me to be here and also to share the experience and thoughts on the current situation on the European urban sector. We've listened to this METREX manifesto calling for higher visibility and more tailored support for the European metropolitan areas, and Mr. Meneksha reflected on the importance and complexity of tasks assigned to the municipalities deriving from EU strategic vision and implementation of policies with EU Green Deal and objective to reach climate neutrality by 2050. But we are also here to discuss the vision of Europe 2050 and metropolitan answer to the crisis and rethinking its resilience. I am paid for being pessimistic. I'm paid for assessing risk, so I will focus on this second part. But before that, maybe I will reflect a little bit on and refresh some information about the bank I'm representing. The European Investment Bank is the world's largest international financial institution owned by the EU member states and annual lending volume exceeding 65 billion euro. Urban lending alone accounts for about 25% of our portfolio, and our activities are driven by the policies of the European Union and primarily European Green Deal. Already in 2019, EIB Board of Directors approved a new set of ambitious targets for climate action and environmental sustainability. In 2020, the bank aligned all of its financial activities with the principles and goals of Paris Agreement. The EIB Group committed that it will support 1 trillion euro investments in climate action and environmental sustainability between 2021 and 2030. And lastly, it will gradually increase the share of its financing dedicated to climate action and environmental sustainability to exceed 50% of all of its operations in 2025. We have a dedicated team handling urban matters, as it involved in lending and advisory activities. We are actively supporting European cities in delivering sustainable infrastructure investments, and I assume many of you are our existing clients. We are also an important player in implementation of EU strategic initiatives like the recent Investment Plan for Europe, COVID-19 recovery programs, and now we are playing a major role in European Green Deal with our commitments to support sustainable infrastructure as a climate bank. EIB is also actively participating in various urban initiatives at pan-European level, like Urbact, Eurocities, Housing Europe, just to name a few, and with whom we collaborate and share our experience. With enthusiasm, we welcome recent initiative of European Commission to promote and support municipalities willing to commit to climate neutrality under the European Mission for Climate Neutral and Smart Cities, with 120 participating municipalities, and with City of Wrocław, the host of this event, being one of them. And let me take this occasion to congratulate Mr. Mazur for taking this important commitment. Our past experience and day-to-day contacts with municipalities allow me to state that you are in the forefront of climate change. Actions and projects approved by our bank every month are clear demonstrators on how successfully you are adapting to climate change. We see, however, that municipal projects are getting more and more complex, with interventions addressing mixture of sectors, involving various stakeholders, and with a need to meet more and more ambitious technical standards, energy solutions, and climate goals. It is also indeed difficult to find a single stop shop within EU funds dedicated to support complex urban investments, taking into account a holistic approach. And that's really all I can say about some of the points mentioned. And I think, this manifesto and the meetings and the environments that you are operating also calls for some reflections on the risks. Mr. Medeksha and his slides put some of these risks on the table, and I think my responsibility to make them a little bit longer, to extend this list. And I will actually allow myself to look at some of these risks. I will also bring to our new colleague from Washington that I hope he will forgive me for some of the examples that I will mention in a minute. So we are also meeting here to discuss a vision of Europe 2050, a vision of Europe that at present is trapped between the games of global powers from East and West, and that at times we are not well prepared for such a game. Europe is not anymore in a driver's seat with a leading global role it had about 300 years ago when the Industrial Revolution started. We are not leading economic or military power, and we don't have enough natural resources to be fully independent. So indeed, it's a good time to think where we are in this game and where we want to be in years to come. Further, we are here to discuss a vision of Europe that is often divided and busy, burning time with its internal matters, discussing interests of its 27 members, while global powers are busy in maximizing competitive advantages and raising fences protecting their own markets. The globalization, as we know for years, is either dying or definitely changing. We are also here to discuss a vision of Europe with a war at its doorstep, ongoing refugee crisis, disrupted supply chains, energy dependence, and indebtedness that accelerated at times we needed to fund the COVID-19 economic recovery. Repeating after EU leaders, we indeed need stronger, safe, and secure Europe. As a minimum, we need a strong economy and wise use of money. At best, money generated by a competitive, innovative industries located in European towns, able to employ people and generate revenues that via transfer end up on municipal accounts that allow to fund sustainable infrastructure projects, social programs, culture, education, and other public needs. Moving on, we need a vision of Europe that is lagging behind in technological race, ICT, big data, clean tech, or space industry. And let's stop for a moment here. Ladies and gentlemen, the US tech sector alone accounts for 10% of US GDP, and it's worth more than a stock market of all 27 EU member states combined. 14 out of the world's 20 top tech firms by market capitalization remain in USA. In Europe, there is only one called SAP. Another phenomenon we are witnessing is a drain tech of unicorns from Europe. For those that don't know, unicorn is it's a company with market capitalization of $1 billion. We know big tech names like Skype or Spotify being funded in European cities that are moving overseas. There are dozens of other less known unicorns that moved recently, like data intelligence company Calibra, established in Belgium, or French search engine tool Algola. The main reason for them to leave European municipalities is the attractiveness and the size of the market in the US. Europe is still considered overregulated, uninvested, and operating in the national silo. Still, Europe is an attractive single market with 415 million people willing to spend money. It is, however, indeed fragmented, speaking 24 languages with different local regulations, and remains of cross-border barriers. Believe it or not, until recently, we still had telecom roaming. Such barriers do not help to keep up with competition. Talking about competition, we need to mention Inflation Reduction Federal Act that with a budget of $700 billion and $390 billion authorized spending on energy and climate change has just been passed by American House. As we know, it is targeting and attracting many European climate tech businesses busy with R&D and clean hydrogen or electric vehicle production. And American manufacturing increases put on EU-based producers at a disadvantage as they must compete in a distorted market with subsidized US producers. In order to keep the European tech industry attractive, there is a need for a new plan and mandate. Ursula von der Leyen has just announced the creation of EU Green Deal industrial plan adapting EU state aid rules. However, it's a pity that so much money will have to be used to keep up with unfair competition. But these are the new rules of the game. Business and skilled people with ideas have homes, families, invest capital and earn money. They all live in European municipalities and to me are the greatest values we have. How would our cities look without them? How would our cities look without certain industries tempted to move overseas if we miss to stop them? Therefore, we need to act and make European cities not only safe and secure, but even more attractive for business, people, and capital. In view of rapidly changing reality, we need to rethink our identity, strengths, competitive advantages. Understand the environment we are in, risks and challenges we are facing. We also need to anticipate and be prepared that there will be even more unexpected events. One more thing. While talking about tech business, I need to mention AI. As you may know, in March 2023, with the launch of ChatGPT-4, we entered into age of artificial intelligence. It made a dangerous game, as some of the top tech people are warning us that it could be an existential threat to humanity. Despite this, as Bill Gates said, the development of AI is as fundamental as creation of microprocessor, the personal computer, internet, and mobile phone. It will change the way people work, learn, travel, get healthcare, and communicate with each other. Entire industries will reorient around it. Business will distinguish themselves by how well they will use it. AI is a fact, just like that. It's a new citizen in your municipalities, a new employee in companies and city halls. We will need to understand what it does, adapt to it, as we did with other tech innovations like computers or mobile phones. AI will also change the way municipalities are planned and managed, with better and instant access to information we were collecting for the past decades. There is a potential for plenty of good, so Europe should take advantage of it as well. PwC has just predicted that AI, robotics, and other forms of smart automation have the potential to bring great economic benefits, contributing up to $15 trillion to global GDP by 2030. Of course, there is also a potential downside. Namely, it is estimated that AI would affect and expose some 300 million full-time jobs globally, affecting employment and structural changes. And it will be definitely observed in municipalities in Europe as well. Let's keep it in mind and prepare for such scenario. As we know, EU is not a home for AI, but is one of the first places in the world that tried to regulate it. And some of the EU member states have already restricted the use of ChatGPT, but the world will move on. Learn the lesson, correct, and potentially develop faster than Europe, adding to the economic disparities. There is one other topic I want to discuss today. It's linked to money, or better, the lack of it, and I would call it indebtedness. After financial crisis of 2012, EU member states focused on austerity. However, to fight COVID-19 economic shocks, Europe, similarly to other countries, decided to accelerate public spendings. Soon after, we faced war in Ukraine, new refugee crisis, energy crisis, food crisis, and so on. This only added pressure on supply and demand, prices and availability of goods and commodities, and resulted in inflation and economic slowdown, as well even more debt. Governments and municipal debt grew rapidly over the past 3 years, impacting public debt to GDP ratios sometimes exceeding 150%, with an average for EU area of 93%. European municipalities face similar problems, being exposed to availability of commercial bank financing and mounting spending on interest on debt. High level of debt will not help to bring stronger and safe and secure Europe, fund necessary energy infrastructure, and reduce economic disparities caused by unfair competition. Therefore, European member states and European municipalities shall look on how best use the funds they have, calculate costs and benefits, and anticipate further tightening in terms of debt and unexpected financial shocks like the one of SVB Bank or Credit Suisse from a couple days ago. We discussed a number of events bankers would call black swans. In normal times, they happen unexpectedly and very occasionally. Unfortunately, today, we live in a swimming pool full of black swans. Unimaginable and unprecedented. Indeed, we live in very interesting and challenging times. In order to address risks and challenges we discussed, we need to understand them. We need to be very forward-looking and understand the impact and risks that could pop up tomorrow, in a year, or in a decade. Things happen very, very fast in today's world. The understanding of challenges, analysis of strengths and opportunities would allow us to formulate a vision of where we want to be, shape or redefine our identity, allocate resources and build European cities of a future capable to adapt and handle challenges like we did with recent COVID-19 crisis or displacements of millions of Ukrainian refugees. I believe we will find ways to handle not only climate change crisis and other challenges around us. Europe, with its attractive common market, speaking with one voice, has the opportunity to emerge stronger from the challenges in geopolitical order. New industrial revolution may add additional resources to its economy. Attracting talents and businesses at home with proper support, incentive can put us much further up in the global race. Thank you very much. I tried my best.
I would say you did very well. Are there maybe comments or thoughts on this already that you would like to share? We can also leave that for afterwards.
Thank you for your intervention. You tell us about the debt and the public debt in municipalities and metropolitan areas. But as we are in the era of the climate change, we need to invest, and we need huge amount of investment. So we have to use the debt. If you don't do it that way, you will have another debt, which is not the financial debt, but which is the social and ecological debt you will carry for the future generation. So we have to discuss how to challenge it, how to choose between an acceptable financial debt and a ecological and social debt for the future generations.
Here we are. Yeah, so what can I say? I agree, but it's indeed we have to.
So thank you for your contribution. I have a question. You defined your bank as a climate bank, and I assume a bank is a bank like any other bank, but with a special purpose. What could we do as metropolitan regions and areas to enhance your capacity to perform your duties?
Decided to take my jacket off so I could be more frank with the answers. I mean, to start with the second easier question. EIB is owned by your countries. Yes, we are not commercial institution. We are public institution. So we are raising very cheap debt on the market. We are investment bank, so we don't have our own money. We have capital paid by the member states. We raise extra funding, as I said, around 60 billion euro a year, and we are spending on your needs. Actually, if you want to take a debt from us, come to me, we talk. Like with the Mazur, we sign loans for 30 years, 25, 30 years for municipalities, very attractive. Not so attractive in some of the constituencies like the Nordic countries or Germany to the recent years, because their governments can probably borrow much cheaper than us. But we are there, and I think in the times of shocks, in times that commercial banks basically put belly up, like the one in Switzerland, I mean, you want to have a bank like that. I mean, it is essential to have institutions like that. And indeed, we are a climate bank, meaning that most of the focus is put on climate-related infrastructure. In the past years, I was coming to Wrocław or any other city in Europe, and they said, yeah, we want to have this flyover. And I said, cool, that's expensive, we do it. And now we don't do it today. We don't finance things like that. We want to support sustainable green and so on projects. If you want to boost our activity, talk to your Minister of Finance and agree that they increase the capital of EIB. We try to do it for the past 15 years. I am in the bank for 17 years. Every year is a discussions like that. So we are actually limited by the amount of capital we have. And obviously, part of the answer for the second question, we are also limited by the demand for our bonds. So we together with like the governments, the sovereign states, but also as municipalities, we are issuing debt. And the math is brutal, 2 + 2 = 4, not 3. So you're right, I mean, with the pressing debt ratios, with the pressing creditworthiness, it will not be easy. And until recently, in fact, I am always saying the world ended in 2019. We are in the new world. I mean, these things, these risks that I mentioned, they really happened in a couple of days. When you listen that a profitable bank meeting regulatory requirements collapse in 10 days. I mean, that's the time things happen. Same with other geopolitical stuff. Things are happening very fast. So especially for public sector, who usually, and I'm sorry for saying that, usually is a little bit slow. Yes, I mentioned about roaming. It took apparently 6 or 7 years for the Commission to tackle the problem of that. The AI regulatory took 3 or 4 years, which is again very interesting to talk about things that they didn't really know how it will look like. So we have a regulation like that. And also for public sector to understand that the financial world has changed. I think it's a hot time to think about it, yes? Because next day you come to your bank and say, I need to roll my debt and I need another 100, 200 million euro, which they had no problem to do last year or 2 years ago. Now they may have problem because they are bound not only to the new regulations, and fortunately the new regulations with EU taxonomy will force them to finance only climate-related investments. But you will still have plenty, especially in, let's say, less developed countries, plenty of investments that are, yeah, we have half of the road constructed, and there may not be any bank that will be willing to do it because they will pollute their balance sheet, they will need to be reflected in their ESG, in their, let's say, taxonomy reporting. They don't want to do it. So it's sort of, it's like a cliff day and night, but also availability of funds. I think this may be a challenging stuff because there are less and less friends on the global arena. Yes, yesterday you could sell bonds to Russian investors. Today we don't do it. Tomorrow we may not be allowed to send bonds to Chinese investors. Yes, maybe American colleagues will not buy our bonds. I don't know. So the availability of funds may be very limited, and if they are limited, they will cost a lot of money. So public sector typically has less problem with that. They say, yeah, I need to, let's say, fund my deficit of 100 million bucks. Today it costs 5, tomorrow 8%. We need to do it. But think about it. I mean, these things start to be a problem. One need to take very carefully and very seriously these things. But, and as I said, you may be facing the reality by saying, do I buy water or Coca-Cola? I mean, you cannot have both. Just be selective with what you do. Be selective with investments you are doing. There was, I will reflect on the slides that we were in the morning. Let's say you will build 10 nice new museums. It's great. These are nice buildings, but they have no revenues, and you will need to, let's say, pay for electricity, for water, for protection, and so on, operating maintenance costs every year. Probably nice to have, but I don't know if there are times at the moment to have investments nice to have. They must serve the purpose, I guess. Thank you.
You wanted to say?
Thank you. That's always interesting to hear about the EIB. Just a question relating back to all the investment that is taking place and how it is working towards those net zero carbon goals and addressing climate change. Do we feel all that investment is turning the dial on that huge challenge? Because this is an immense challenge that we're facing across Europe and globally. And are we monitoring against outputs and outcomes over time to see what difference those investments are actually making? And maybe just a comment on whether you think the investment, whether it's billions or trillions, is enough, or there still needs to be a step change in the behavior of humans around how they live, how they travel, where they want to work, and whether that starts to also impact that journey towards reducing our impact on the climate.
Very good question, I think. And obviously, at times of house, let's say, which I think we are now, meaning that there may be cities, especially those with less of let's say, know-how about it, they would jump on anything that was green. Yes, you can say, yeah, I mean, instead of concrete now, everything will be green. It probably would not make sense. And it's even worse because the financial sector, except from institutions like us, will rarely help you. Yes, I mean, these are the guys that either run for profit. That was in the past. So in the past, you come to the bank and say, I want this flyovers, costs billions. You say, fine, we did it as well in the past. So that was because they ran for the money and they did not think whether it makes sense or not. That was the brutal reality of the past. I think now it is a little bit different environment. Yes, the commercial banks are bound to meet the taxonomy regulation. Yes, so the EU is afraid of greenwashing, so they say, let's be serious about it. This chair is not green, but the other one probably would. And we finance only green chairs. But if you go to a commercial banks, they actually now have ESG committees. Before even you look at the credit rating of the company, you first look at the CO2 emission, carbon neutrality and stuff. And they will pass anything that is green because they want to build their balance sheet. Whether this investment is needed or not, frankly, they don't care. It's your responsibility. It's the municipality's responsibility. And I think I mentioned this 100 Cities Mission program, which is pioneering stuff and in Europe and with some cities beyond Europe, where we say, where the Commission says, and we will be involved in it partly as well, when you say your target is the climate neutrality, show us the action plan you need to, of actions, investments you need to do to reach this target. No one asks you to reach it twice, yes, because it will be artificial. And probably there is a need for very clear planning of these things such that you don't waste money on unnecessary things, yes. Putting the grass on a street that has no, I mean, that this grass will disappear in 2 weeks of sunshine doesn't make sense. But cities still do things like that. So I guess be smart with your plans, make a concrete plan, and do things that are really necessary to reach this climate neutrality. And as I said, there could be good lessons learned from this 100 climate cities. I must say that it's a pity that there is no dedicated funding for them. That's true. When Henk and Mr. Mazur were saying about the dedicated EU envelope of EU funds, that's true that for some of these things that are really necessary, there are no funds, but there are still for railways, there are still for roads, under the old operating programs, there are things like that. So I wonder if we fund a road, will we also fund the commissioning of it in 2 years? So these are tricky things.
Well, thank you very much. I think this gives a very rich depth also to our discussion, because when we are talking about this Metropolitan Manifesto, asking for funds, but also another point, I think, what you mentioned about the complexity, the increasing complexity of all kind of issues we talk about. So as soon as you touch here something, then something there happens. I think that is for us a reason to also ask attention for capacity building or training, or gaining knowledge on how to do these things. And that's, I think, also where we need to better understand maybe the financial impacts of those things. So thank you very much for that. I think now we will go to our political reflections on our Metropolitan Manifesto. But for that I need the technical guys, because these people are not all except for one, they're all in the machine. You got them. Here we are. So the ones we will see is Jan Olbrecht, member of European Parliament, and as said, president of the Urban Intergroup, to which we will present, let's say, end of June. And so far he has also been very supportive to our ideas. I mean, he's banging on this idea, by the way, for many years. He was at the presentation of the German metropolitan regions in Brussels when was it, in March, at the IKM conference. And there he also had a story which I thought that's it. That's what we need. So in that sense, it's interesting to hear from him again what it will be. It will be in Polish, by the way, but it is translated. Maybe he thought that we all speak Polish. We will see Joja Droba. He's a member in the EU Commission, in the COTER. And Ritva Viljanen, Mayor of Vanta, for which we will have a brief introduction beforehand from Ola. You will a little bit introduce on that. And then, of course, we have live Siamak Agababe, if I pronounce it well, by the way, Agababe, from Strasbourg. So let's start with Jan Olbrecht.
Szanowni Państwo, bardzo dziękuję za zaproszenie na konferencję. Niestety obowiązki poselskie powodują, że jest to jedyna forma, w której mogę Państwu przekazać moje uwagi dotyczące nowej perspektywy finansowej lat 21-27. Prawdę mówiąc, tutaj w Parlamencie Europejskim, jak mówimy nowa perspektywa finansowa, to mówimy już o latach 28 i następnych 7. Także jest to pewna umowa taka terminologiczna, że mówimy w tej chwili o czymś, co się rozpoczęło, ale pamiętajmy, że rozpoczęło się już 2 lata temu. Co prawda fundusze związane ze spójnością ruszają dopiero teraz i przetargi spowodują, że wydatki będą dopiero pod koniec tego roku, natomiast sama perspektywa ruszyła 1 stycznia roku 2021, co jest widoczne chociażby w dopłatach bezpośrednich dla rolników, bo te pieniądze były możliwe od początku roku 2021. Podobnie zresztą jak z pieniędzmi, które dotyczą badań naukowych, bo te także były otwierane, jeżeli tak można powiedzieć, od początku roku 2021. Jeżeli mówimy o perspektywie 21-27, to jest ona absolutnie nietypowa. Ona jest nietypowa dlatego, że warunki, w których przyszło nam żyć, są zupełnie inne niż w poprzednich perspektywach. Wtedy, kiedy pracowaliśmy nad jej kształtem, wtedy, kiedy pracowaliśmy nad wszystkimi instrumentami finansowymi niezbędnymi do tej perspektywy, to były lata 18, 19, 20, to wtedy mieliśmy nadzieję, że będziemy realizować politykę spójności tak jak dawniej, chociaż przy zmienionych priorytetach. W poprzednich latach, w szczególności w Polsce, główny nacisk był położony na infrastrukturę techniczną, na tą ciężką infrastrukturę techniczną, ale również pamiętajmy o pieniądzach, które były przeznaczane chociażby na kwestie dotyczące gospodarki wodnej, gospodarki śmieciowej, ale bardzo wiele projektów także tak zwanych miękkich dotyczących Europejskiego Funduszu Społecznego, które były realizowane w całej sferze społecznej, jeżeli chodzi w szczególności o szkoły, uczelnie i tak dalej, ale również organizacje pozarządowe. To było charakterystyczne w poprzednich latach i to do tego jakby trochę się przyzwyczailiśmy. Natomiast lata 21-27, wtedy kiedy pracowaliśmy nad tą propozycją, to już był zupełnie inny czas. Wtedy mówiliśmy o tym, że kluczową kwestią zaczyna być problem dotyczący efektywności energetycznej, ochrony środowiska, realizacji zadań związanych ze zmianami klimatu, przeciwdziałanie negatywnym skutkom zmian klimatu, cały ogromny pakiet dotyczący właśnie nowoczesnych technologii, energii odnawialnej, ale również budowania dodatkowych sieci. To zagadnienie, które się pojawiło w sposób bardzo taki zdecydowany i radykalny w latach właśnie 18-19 i wtedy, kiedy pracowaliśmy nad nowymi rozporządzeniami. Drugą sprawą, o której wtedy już rozmawialiśmy i która była bardzo, bardzo istotna, to jest kwestia w ogóle zmiany podejścia do kwestii organizacji gospodarki, ale również kwestii edukacji. To jest cała sfera cyfrowa. Cyfryzacja, sieci szerokopasmowe, dostęp do sieci szerokopasmowej, wykluczenie cyfrowe, dbanie właśnie o to, żeby całe społeczeństwo było włączone w sprawy cyfrowe. To się wiązało z takim zapisem traktatowym, który mówił o kwestii spójności terytorialnej. Spójność terytorialna w takim najprostszym rozumieniu oznacza tyle, że każdy obywatel bez względu na miejsce zamieszkania ma dostęp do tych samej jakości usług publicznych. Bez względu na to, czy mieszka na wsi, w mieście, czy mieszka na wyspie, czy mieszka w górach. Co oznacza tak naprawdę nie tylko dostarczenie mu infrastruktury technicznej, czyli niezbędnych dróg, kolei i tak dalej. To w przypadku wysp oczywiście nie ma miejsca, ale przede wszystkim dotyczy całej rozbudowy sfery e-usług, czyli e-zdrowie, e-administracja, e-handel i tak dalej. Bo jeżeli każdy ma mieć dostęp do tej samej jakości usług publicznych, to musi mieć ten dostęp bardzo szybko. Stąd też ogromny nacisk właśnie na całą sferę cyfrową. Kolejnym elementem, który się wtedy pojawił, a który ma skutki również dzisiaj, to było pytanie o sposób wyliczenia pieniędzy europejskich dla Polski. Państwo zapewne pamiętacie, że wtedy pojawił się problem dotyczący bardzo dużej dysproporcji pomiędzy miastem stołecznym Warszawą a Mazowszem. W związku z czym wtedy pojawił się pomysł, żeby zmienić tak zwaną nomenklaturę statystyczną, nomenklaturę terytorialną dla celów statystycznych, tak zwane NUTS-y, żeby zmienić NUTS-y dla Mazowsza, nie zmieniając struktury administracyjnej kraju. W związku z czym wyłączono wtedy region stołeczny Warszawa jako odrębną jednostką terytorialną dla celów statystycznych, odrębny NUTS i w ten sposób obliczenia dla Mazowsza poza Warszawą się zmieniły. Mazowsze stało się, delikatnie mówiąc, biedniejsze w ten sposób. Natomiast już wtedy wiedzieliśmy, przygotowując nowy program, że w latach 21-27 co najmniej 3 regiony w Polsce zmienią swoją kategoryzację. W związku z czym, ponieważ pracowaliśmy wtedy nad kategoryzacją regionu i była dyskusja, co to znaczy region mniej rozwinięty, przejściowy i bardziej rozwinięty i co to oznacza w konsekwencji, czyli inaczej mówiąc konieczności dopłat środków własnych. To już wtedy wiedzieliśmy, że zapewne regionami przejściowymi stanie się region stołeczny Warszawa, również Wielkopolska i Dolny Śląsk. I to się rzeczywiście sprawdziło, czyli już planując lata 21-27 zakładaliśmy, że te 3 regiony będą miały inny poziom dofinansowania. Czyli że dla nich te pieniądze europejskie będą wymagały większego wkładu własnego. To bardzo istotna sprawa, która zresztą dzisiaj jest szeroko dyskutowana w tych trzech regionach. To są rzeczy, o których mówiliśmy przed rozpoczęciem perspektywy finansowej, czyli mniej więcej do roku 2020. Cała struktura prawna była prawie gotowa do końca 2020, częściowo jeszcze niestety wykroczyła na rok 2021, ale wtedy pojawiły się zupełnie nowe okoliczności, które zmieniły w ogóle podejście do perspektywy finansowej. Po pierwsze, wybuchła epidemia. W momencie, kiedy epidemia wybuchła, wtedy Unia Europejska, czyli organizacja 27 państw, postanowiła poprzez swoje rządy, przy poparciu Parlamentu Europejskiego, zmienić zasady wydawania pieniędzy europejskich. Maksymalnie rozluźnić reguły obowiązujące. Co prawda dotyczyło to głównie poprzedniego okresu, czyli pieniędzy jeszcze niewydanych z okresu 2014-2020. Ale pamiętajmy, że specyfiką europejską jest to, że perspektywy się na siebie nakładają. Czyli pieniądze z lat 14-20 są jeszcze wydawane przez następne 3 lata, czyli w czasie trwania nowej perspektywy. W związku z czym te lata pierwsze nowej perspektywy, w której jeszcze wydawaliśmy stare pieniądze, to jest właśnie rozluźnienie zasad. To jest możliwość uzyskania zgody na przesunięcie pieniędzy inaczej niż były planowane na lata 14-20. Wtedy pojawiły się zgody ze strony poziomu europejskiego na to, żeby w programach operacyjnych przesuwać pieniądze tam, gdzie one jeszcze nie są wydatkowane. Pojawił się tak zwany propozycja CRI plus. To pierwszy element, który zasadniczo zmienił podejście do polityki spójności, całkowicie ją rozluźnił, pozwolił na wydawanie pieniędzy w sposób taki wymagający zupełnie reagowania na sytuację aktualną. Druga sprawa, która się zdarzyła i która trwa, no to jest oczywiście wojna. W związku z czym w momencie, kiedy wybucha wojna, zmienia się również sposób podejścia do finansów. Z jednej strony są to nowe wydatki, które Unia Europejska musi ponieść. To jest kwestia konieczności reagowania na pewne rzeczy. To jest również reagowanie na napływ uchodźców, co dla Polski było ogromnie ważne i na to też można było wydać jeszcze pieniądze z lat 14-20, ale na to na pewno pójdą pieniądze również z lat 21-27, czyli na zabezpieczenie usług publicznych, które są narażone na nieefektywność ze względu na taki nagły napływ cudzoziemców. To zmieniło podejście w ogóle do perspektywy, chociaż jak Państwo zauważyliście, programy operacyjne są akceptowane, w tej chwili zaczynają ruszać przetargi. Wydaje się, że to idzie wszystko normalnie, ale to nie jest tak, ponieważ wydatki się pojawiają zupełnie nowe i na pewno w czasie trwania tej perspektywy pojawiają się takie sugestie, że jeżeli pieniądze z jakichś powodów nie będą wydatkowane na czas, to żeby je wykorzystywać na inne cele, ponieważ sytuacja jest absolutnie nadzwyczajna. Do tego dodajmy, że w wyniku COVID-u, ale również sytuacji wojennej, Unia Europejska zmieniła całkowicie podejście do finansów w ogóle europejskich i zaciągnięto kredyt na rynkach finansowych, który co prawda nie dotyczy samej perspektywy, ale wpływa na perspektywę w sposób bardzo poważny. To są pieniądze, które dotyczą po pierwsze KPO, Krajowego Planu Odbudowy, to są pieniądze na część wspólnej polityki rolnej, na rozwój obszarów wiejskich, które już są w Polsce wydawane. To są pieniądze na fundusze dotyczące sprawiedliwej transformacji, które także są już w tej chwili wydawane. I to są pieniądze na uzupełnienie polityki spójności, tak zwane React EU, które wchodzą jakby do perspektywy jeszcze 14-20, ale mają wpływ na perspektywę 21-27. Czyli mamy do czynienia z zupełnie nową sytuacją. Są nowe pieniądze. W wielu krajach, no w Polsce na dzisiaj to nie ma miejsca, bo po prostu nie mamy jeszcze uruchomionego KPO, mimo tego, że rząd realizuje część KPO bez pieniędzy z KPO. Ale na czym polega problem? Ponieważ KPO to jest zupełnie inna metodologia niż fundusze spójności. To jest zarządzanie bezpośrednie, to jest zarządzanie oparte na wykonaniu pewnych działań, to jest zarządzanie polegające na tym, że Państwo przedstawia plan, komisja go akceptuje, państwo realizuje zadania. Jeżeli zrealizuje zadanie, to dostaje w gotówkę. Nawet nie musi specjalnie przywozić faktur, tylko realizuje zadanie. Czyli mamy w jednym państwie, w jakimkolwiek państwie Unii Europejskiej, jakby funkcjonowanie dwóch rodzajów pieniądza. Mamy pieniądze z KPO, które są bardzo uproszczone, bardzo szybkie, które nie wymagają zbytniej administracji, które wymagają tylko tego, żeby zadanie zostało zrealizowane. I to jest jeden typ pieniądza. I drugi typ pieniądza, który jest w budżecie, to są fundusze spójności, które wymagają zupełnie innych procedur, przygotowania programów operacyjnych, zbudowanie komitetów monitorujących, uzgodnienia dotyczące płatności. Mamy dwa typy pieniądza, dwa sposoby działania, ale mamy bardzo podobne zadania. I pojawia się problem, nie tylko w Polsce się tak naprawdę jeszcze nie pojawił, pojawił się problem, jeżeli władze samorządowe czy przedsiębiorstwa chcą realizować jakieś zadanie, to gdzie mają wziąć pieniądze? Czy mają iść do KPO i tam mają pieniądze szybkie, pieniądze, które nie wymagają specjalnej administracji, które wymagają tylko tego, żeby zadanie zostało zrealizowane? Czy mają iść do polityki spójności, czyli do programów operacyjnych? W całej Europie mamy do czynienia dzisiaj ze zjawiskiem takim, że główne zainteresowanie jest oczywiście KPO. Dodajmy do tego, że KPO musi być zrealizowane i rozliczone do połowy roku 2026. A fundusze spójności w perspektywie 21-27 będą rozliczone do roku 2029. Czyli dla kogoś, kto ma decydować, jak szybko chce realizować inwestycje, to jest naprawdę istotne. Czy jest gotowy, przygotowany, ma to uzgodnione z rządem, bo to jest metoda bardzo scentralizowana. KPO jest bardzo scentralizowane. Czy chce iść w kierunku KPO, zrobić to szybko, sprawnie, bo jest to przygotowane i dostać od razu gotówkę? Dodajmy, bez wkładu własnego, bez wkładu krajowego, co dla wielu samorządów jest ogromnie zachęcające. Czy też chce to zrobić w innym terminie, w sposób wydłużony, wymagający wkładu własnego. I to jeszcze w 3 regionach, tak jak powiedziałem wcześniej, wkładu większego niż wcześniej. W związku z czym jesteśmy w sytuacji dosyć takiej zaskakującej, czyli mamy do czynienia z podobnymi zadaniami, bo to jest kwestia energetyki, to jest kwestia zmian klimatu, to są kwestie cyfrowe, które są i w KPO, i w funduszach w perspektywie finansowej. Jest pytanie, która metoda zostanie zastosowana. To jest problem wielu państw oprócz Polski, bo w Polsce, tak jak powiedziałem, na razie sprawa nie ruszyła, ale jeżeli, miejmy nadzieję, KPO zostanie uruchomione, czyli kwestie praworządności zostaną wyjaśnione, to wtedy ten problem dokładnie pojawi się taki sam jak w innych państwach, tylko że czasu będzie mniej. Czasu będzie mniej, ponieważ trzeba będzie zrealizować zadanie z KPO do połowy 26. I wtedy będzie problem dla tych, którzy realizują zadanie, gdzie mają pójść. Czy do KPO, czy do perspektywy finansowej. A więc proszę Państwa, jeżeli Państwo się interesują dzisiaj perspektywą finansową, to proszę popatrzeć na to całościowo. Czyli z jednej strony pozostałości rozliczeń z okresu 14-20, które muszą być zakończone do końca tego roku, 2023. Ostatnie informacje z ministerstwa, które zajmuje się funduszami, było takie, że jeszcze jest do rozliczenia w Polsce 80 miliardów złotych. Druga sprawa to jest perspektywa finansowa, która ruszyła 21-27, co prawda ruszyła z opóźnieniami i właśnie w tej chwili ruszają programy operacyjne i one wymagają programowania, bardzo dokładnego sprawdzania, monitorowania, aktywnej roli samorządów, ale również wkładu własnego, zróżnicowanego w zależności od regionów. To jest druga część, czyli fundusze europejskie do roku 2029. Trzecie to są pieniądze, które dotyczą Funduszu Odbudowy, czyli KPO, Rozwój Obszarów Wiejskich, Fundusz Sprawiedliwej Transformacji, jak również kwestie REACT-EU, czyli uzupełnienia polityki spójności. Te idą na zupełnie innych zasadach, ale są również wdrażane. W związku z czym ktoś, kto się tym interesuje, musi teraz zobaczyć całość, czy te sprawy ze sobą są skoordynowane. Czy są skoordynowane w czasie? Które rzeczy chcemy zrealizować do połowy 26 za pieniądze KPO, a które będziemy realizowali do 2029? Które sprawy należy adresować z KPO, gdzie nie ma wkładu własnego, a które sprawy trzeba realizować z innych spraw? Dodajmy na koniec, że rząd właśnie zaproponował zwiększenie części pożyczkowej KPO, czyli dzisiaj już nie mówimy o 160 miliardach złotych, mówimy dzisiaj o tym, że czeka na nas około 300 miliardów złotych, które trzeba będzie wydać do połowy roku 2026. Z tym optymistycznym akcentem chciałem zakończyć i życząc Państwu bardzo owocnych obrad.
Dear colleagues, it's my great pleasure to address you today, although I'm very sorry I cannot be with you in Wrocław today. For those who know me and my region, it's no secret that the metropolitan agenda is at the heart of our day-to-day agenda, and my region is actively promoting the metropolitan dimension not only at the level of the European Union, but also at the level of OECD and the United Nations. And the reason and motivation behind is very simple. The importance of metropolitan regions is growing, and they become key players in addressing the main challenges of the European Union. But we can still feel the absence of the metropolitan dimension within debates on crucial EU policies and initiatives. Therefore, it is important to be able to speak together with one voice and communicate the metropolitan agenda in a coordinated manner towards the European institutions. The METREX and European metropolitan authorities play especially important role in this respect. And this brings me to the need to highlight the importance of the metropolitan partnerships. I very much welcome Metropolitan Manifesto of METREX, which is suggesting very specific steps for strengthening the metropolitan dimension. The partnerships must be able to proactively shape the debates on the EU policies with the territorial dimension and foremost on the EU cohesion policy. That was also the main message of my Committee of Regions opinion on the metropolitan regions and the debates on the future, even post-2027 cohesion policy, and these were taking place in Brussels. And I think it's the right time to stress this message once again. I'm convinced that the metropolitan regions must be more involved in shaping the policies, and it's also an important point of the manifesto. In the context of all the ongoing crises which we have, we need to stimulate metropolitan thinking, and it is indeed the right time to try the new ideas and pilot some of the new initiatives. Dear colleagues, it is our role to convince the decision makers of the EU that the implementation of the EU priorities will depend on the metropolitan regions. EU needs metropolitan regions to become the first climate-neutral continent in the world. EU needs the metropolitan regions to reach the goals of the European Pillar on Social Rights. And EU needs the metropolitan regions to be able to cope with the climate change. All these challenges require collective solutions, and the metropolitan regions must be a part of them. I wish a fruitful debate in Wrocław, and I'm convinced that by working together, the metropolitan partnerships can deliver the positive change that we all look for. Thank you.
Online, there is now the mayor of Vanta coming, but before that, the representative Ulla, you will say some words.
Yeah, thank you, Henk. So, hello all, I'm Ulla Ruuskanen. I work for the mayor in the city of Vantaa, that is in Finland. So the city is Vantaa is the airport city. So Helsinki Airport is not in Helsinki, it is in Vantaa. So I like to thank for the mayor on behalf of Mayor Ritva Viljanen for this opportunity. So to give her views, our views to the metropolitan vision for 2050. So as a city, we are the fastest growing in Finland. We have the most foreigners, so almost 25%. So that is not a lot, but in Finland it is a lot. And also we are very innovative. So we won the EU, the most innovative city, inhabitants less than 50,000, so in 2021. So we are really, really proud of that. And also because telling you that we are innovative, so we want to take our part, our responsibility. So actually I'm happy to announce that City of Vantaa invited Borispil. So the Kiev airport is not in Kiev, it is Borispil. So their city council has accepted our sister city agreement, so we are really happy about that one. But to conclude, so I like to thank Jakub and also the team, Henk and Steven, and also the Christina from Helsinki as kind of her accelerator for all of this. So, but please, I have a small gift for you. And also, I'm really, I'm really happy that I can see that this Wrocław is really kind of where the history meets the future. I mean, all what you do and with all these students and what I've seen, I'm really impressed and happy to be here, part of the family. Thank you.
End up in Vantaa, and then the rest is Helsinki. So if you don't know the name, then next time you will know the name. We will now, oh, that's me. Listen to the message of Ritva Viljanen. So that will be recorded, and then we will have a live intervention.
Dear participants in the METREX Spring Conference in Wrocław, I'm Ritva Viljanen, the Mayor of Vantaa. Thank you for the possibility to participate in the program. I wish I could have been there as well. If you are not familiar with our city, here are some facts. Vantaa is in the metropolitan area of Finland, and we are neighbors of the capital Helsinki. Vantaa is known as the home of a Finnish international airport. We have about 243,000 inhabitants. Believe me, in the Finnish context, it's quite a lot. And this makes Vantaa the fourth largest city in Finland, and Vantaa is growing fast. We are proud that in 2021, Vantaa won the iCapital European Rising Innovative City Prize, awarded by the European Innovation Council. About the metropolitan area here, our area is very important to Finland. Of the four largest cities in this country, 3 are located here: Helsinki, Espoo and Vantaa. 25% of our nation's population lives in these cities, and they produce 40% of our national GDP. The area is the gateway to Finland and has major international impact. It has the main port and the airport, which are essential for the whole country. What does being a metropolitan mean to me? It means that there are stakeholders, both public, private and third sector, actively working together towards mutual goals for sustainability and success. It means including everyone to make metropolitan areas the places to be yourself, non-dependent on your social class, origin, gender, religion or such. I would like to thank the Secretary General of METREX, Henrik G.M. Bowman, for the opportunity to participate in the roundtable discussions on the network's vision for Europe 2050. I welcome the effort to unite the metropolitan areas in Europe to share their vision and to bring forward the impact these areas have for Europe. METREX Metropolitan Manifesto for Europe 2050 includes excellent ideas for the development of the whole Europe and calls for the European Union and the European nations to support the metropolitan areas to reach their full potential. In our cities we face big challenges, and we also create the majority of new innovations to solve these issues. In addition, we have the intellectual capacity and know-how to do so. Our areas face many challenges, for example in transportation and connectivity, and the gap in income between poor and wealthy neighborhoods, and how to provide public services in an equal way. Therefore, metropolitan areas have an important role in solving major societal problems. In addition, the vitality of metropolitan areas is crucial for Europe's competitiveness. All our cities face the question, how can we reach the international experts who could find a workplace and their home and community to thrive in from our cities? Europe faces the same question. How can we in the European Union compete globally to attract international talents? I find the answer being by supporting the European metropolitan areas, which the most international, easily reachable city areas, and there are many ways to fulfill your potential. And another major challenge. The European Union is aiming to become climate neutral by 2050, which is globally an impressive goal. However, 2050 is quite far away when comparing it to the climate neutrality goals of many European cities. For example, Vantaa's climate neutrality goal is in 2030. This is shared by the Finnish metropolitan cities Helsinki and Espoo. In fact, European Union's climate neutrality targets would not be possible without the big cities implementing them. We need a new way of thinking to support the cities. METREX and the cities call out, we need more direct funding from the European Union to the local level in the next multi-annual funding framework. However, METREX vision addresses not only the European Union, but also the states. It's vital that large cities and the state should have permanent cooperation structures, since the state has power of legislation and means to provide funding for local levels. We should create contract partnerships models. Individually, each municipality is too small to provide solutions, but we must work together. The voice of METREX for the metropolitan areas is important, since communicating the message clearly is the key. I believe that the power in the networks will be stronger in the coming years. We are more international and need to learn from each other. We must work closely to create a loud metropolitan voice. But thank you, and I wish you a great conference.
It's a virtual thank you, but anyways, a big thank you. And indeed, the mayor had been involved in the round table as a politician. And it's interesting to know that being an airport city, and of course having faced the downfall, let's say, during COVID, where, let's say, very little flights were only operated from, let's say, Europe via Vantaa to Asia, that meant that they had to change, that you had to change very rapidly. And I think it was really impressive to hear how partnerships there with, let's say, authorities, but also with businesses, with universities, really helped, let's say, to find a new direction. And I think that's also a great example of how partnerships can work, because partnerships do not necessarily mean only with authorities, but can be with the civil society, university, you name it, companies. And I think that is an important aspect as well, that we also understand, and I think in Amsterdam it's exactly the same, what even politically was said, that we need everyone. We need everyone to address those challenges. And I think in that sense, partnership is also almost an invitation to everyone to join us. So next will be live here on stage. Thank you for that.
Thank you very much. So, as I'm the newest member of the network, I will be shorter than my other colleagues. So, first of all, I want really to thank the team of METREX who has worked on it, the president, director, everybody who has worked on this paper, because I think it's the time now, and it's the right time to do it. It's the right time because a metropolitan Europe is maybe a new scale of public policy to implement in Europe. Why? Because it's the right scale for implementation of public policy, the right scale to make real change happening, tackling today's issue. We all talk about global warming, the rise of inequality, not only social inequalities, but also demand of other need of equality and inclusion, gender equality, inclusion policy, diversity. We also have this big issue of hospitality and welcoming refugees in our cities, global health issue, how to deal with air pollution, how to deal with environmental threats, the housing policy, which is also a great one. The third way of seeing it is also the metropolitan view. It's the right scale for European democracy, because in many countries we have political movements who look at Europe in a threatening way, in a defying way. So if we want to gather European scale and the citizens, the metropolitan scale is the right scale. So we see that we need it. But to do so, we also, and we talked about it yesterday, we also need to rely on clarifying somehow Europe works. We have to be involved in the governments, so to sit at the table and also tell, if you want to do so, how it can work on a metropolitan scale. And we need also fundings. We also talked about it. So we need to be at the governments and we need fundings. And why do we need it? Because we are shaping the future and we are shaping the public services at a very local scale. So I will take two examples to make my conclusion. Two examples of everyday uses of everyone. First of all is housing. How do we make affordable housing in our metropolitan areas, and how to make new houses, how to use vacant houses, how to face Airbnb phenomenon at a European scale with maybe a unique answer. And the other one, it's what was mentioned in the manifesto. How can we build new mobility between European metropolitan areas, such as maybe flagship projects on high-speed trains? I think that are daily use of European people, living in the metropolitan area, and that's maybe a way this manifesto can get things better for people living here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, indeed. Let's go for that train connection between Wrocław and Lyon. I would be very happy with that. So that's one of our secret projects we discussed also with Lucas already. Thank you very much so far. It is time to a little bit, absorb what is said, I think, because we have a small break, and then we will go to our expert team led by Ivan Tocic. So let's say prepare yourself. I wouldn't say take a drink, let's say take a vodka, but I will almost say that. We are back at 4 o'clock sharp, which is a quarter from now. No, it's a bit more even, so there's a bit of a break. So please enjoy your break and be sharp later on. talk on. Voilà. So, everyone taking a seat. So we go for now. We go for our own. You know, now we need to be sharp because this is our own work. This is our own stuff. And if we are not sharp, then nobody will understand what we are talking about. We have this roundtable with some fantastic members. Let's say from members and not members. Doesn't matter. But anyways, the people from around Europe who will reflect on the manifesto. And that discussion will be led by Ivan Tocic. I think everyone knows Ivan, I don't know, but I think so. Metropolitan Research Institute from Budapest. You have been involved already in, let's say, the roundtable and various, let's say, discussions we had before. So, of course, also from you, I hope to hear back, let's say, what your comments are. But of course, also from the other people who are here on the screen. They will be introduced by Ivan, so I will hand over the word to you. And please, come on stage, I would say.
Please come in, take a seat. And I ask everyone to take a mobile phone and open the slido.com application. And if you open the application, then you can put these 7 digits in. And this is an application which allows you to raise a question during the presentation. And at the end of the debate, I will come back to those questions which got the most likes, because you can raise your question, but you can also like the question of others. And then those which get the most likes, they will be asked to the participants. In fact, I will not introduce you one by one. Each of you have 3 minutes to talk and maybe half a minute to introduce yourself. So why don't we go in the order of from the top down? And I would like to ask Olgierd, what is the pronunciation of your name? Olgierd? Yes. Okay, so please start. The task is obviously to say something regarding the Metropolitan Manifesto. So.
Thank you. At first, discussing on the manifesto, which in fact is in some way a political paper, policy paper, let's call it more softly, we have to understand and ask a question to ourselves, what has to be a subject? What for we do that? I mean, what for the metropolitan areas are important? Is it the new need for the entity which has its own constituency, or is it a platform for the enhanced cooperation? I think this is a very important question. And what type of the cooperation? What for? Traffic? Yes, no doubt. Promotion? Yes, eventually. Some cultural and educational, let's say, sites? Yes, obviously. Eventually, economic promotion and eventually economic cooperation if it can happen within. But in fact, the economic cooperation is done by the private business, let's say. And the second point is to whom we are addressing, who is the subject, who could be the subject? Independent municipalities, communes, which has own tradition, let's say relatively own budgets. They have the European Chart of Local Governments, and with a long tradition, and or we have to build something new, something between the regions, which are we have also the European Chart of Regions, and between the municipalities, communes. I have some doubts if we would like to develop, invent the new type of the self-governing areas. So if not, then it's a question, what forms of the cooperation should be the best? And when we are discussing on a cooperation and the functions of the cooperation, then it's always the question of the accountability, especially fiscal accountability and political accountability. To whom these structures, the people working in these structures are accountable for? This is a key question. In any political and managing organization, governance organization, we have always identified who is responsible for, and what is the way, in which way we can, how to say, assess the people who are doing some sort of the functions. This is first point. Second point, I would like to put your attention on, let's call it urban democracy, if I could say it like that. We have in Europe old tradition of the polycentrical structures, in some part of Europe, let's say. In Poland, yes, in Germany too, in Italy too. So even if you have the big cities, then we have so-called the small site cities, rural areas, which has its own identity, cultural identity, and the local communities, commonwealths. This local commonwealth is very important. It's a value, because this local commonwealth stabilize, in fact, politically the structure of the area, of the territory. And if we would like to see that in a way like that, then it's a question how to maintain, how to preserve this remote, let's call it remote from the metropolitan center sites, areas, communities, in fact, because it's not a subject of the area, it's a subject of the community, the people, and their relation. And then I think that some of the answers on that is the regions. So-called regional development policy, regional policy is a solution. But of course, there is a need for the cooperation. So maybe there should be some sort of the networks, thematic networks, network for the networks in a format of the, let's say, municipal unions, very traditional, very typical for Italy, for Germany, for Austria, and also for sometimes for Poland. These municipal unions could, on behalf of the members, could realize some sort of the functions. And last point is the money, because we were discussing, and in my understanding, the concept of the manifesto is how to take some money from the EU. Only for us, not for them. So if you are discussing in a way like that, then it's a matter of the urban solidarity. Urban solidarity, it means that this smaller and weaker should get more than the bigger and stronger. That's a solidarity. In fact, that's a real democracy. The stronger has to share power, including the financial power, with the others. If we will forget about that, then we will have a conflict, and conflict is not good for the development of anything. And last point is, in a theory, the scale of the metropolitan area should mean that the cost per unit of any type of services should be lower than bigger. So it means that the metropolitan area should how to say, share the funds with the others, the surrounding area, not to expect some special. Eventually, we could expect some sort of the EU reward if we will prove that we are unified, that we are cooperating. So maybe it could be some sort of the premia for the cooperation. This is the only solution from my point of view. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Olga, you did not say anything about yourself. You are not only urbanist, you have been deputy mayor of Warsaw, you have been undersecretary of state in many of the ministries, so quite a rich background. Xavi,
sorry, maybe that from that perspective, let's say from this political perspective, I'm very careful if on any type of this, let's say, political manifestos.
Okay, so you spoke as an urbanist. That's good. Okay. Xavi, it's not written that you are from Barcelona. It's written European Metropolitan Authorities. So yes.
Thank you. Does it work? Yeah. Thank you, Ivan, for the presentation. As Ivan said, I'm Xavi Tiana, working in the Barcelona metropolitan area. But here I'm representing EMA. EMA is the European Metropolitan Authorities. It's a platform of more than 55 metropolitan areas run by politicians. And in this platform, and I have to say, we are very we have a very good cooperation with METREX, and I have to say, and I have to congratulate the president, Jakub Mazur and Henk and the team for the work we have and we are doing together. This manifesto is an example, and this is not normal in many of the European networks. Everyone is just trying to compete for their space, so with METREX we find a way to work together with the same aim. So having said that, I think I truly believe in the manifesto. I'm also a technician, I'm not a politician, but I work with politicians. So I think the manifesto is a need. Is a need that give an answer to the real needs that we have in our urban systems these days, and in other meetings we've shown that many of the challenges that our cities are facing cannot be solved at the local level. Even inside the cities, there are big differences. So maybe I wouldn't be so agree with you that the big city must help the other municipalities. Even inside the cities, we have huge differences that we need to cover. So, and this is why I think it's very important to show that these problems can be solved at the metropolitan scale with specific solutions. And I would like to close this first intervention because later I would like to say more things about the manifesto and how we should fit the manifesto. I think the manifesto should be fit with more data. We talk about metropolitan areas, functional urban areas, but we don't say how many of them we have in Europe. So we should try to give some figures in order to show that this is important. And also, I think that this paper should be translated in all the official languages that we have in the European Union. I'm not saying the languages of the European institutions, all the languages that are official in other countries. Because at the end of the day, we should commit ourselves to bring this manifesto inside our plenaries, inside our boards. Because, okay, we can claim to Brussels, we can advocate in Brussels, but we need to advocate internally, and we need to advocate at the national level and to show that this metropolitan vision is more important than ever.
Okay, thanks. Later we will come to the questions, and I just raised the issue that if you want more data into the manifesto, then you have to be more precise to define what is metropolitan partnerships. And this is one of the key questions, I think, which we have to discuss about the metropolitan partnership idea. František, you were working in Brno, then you went to the High Ministry, now you are back to Brno, so you have central and local experiences. So how do you see the things to develop in the Czech Republic?
Ivan, thank you for invitation to this panel discussion. And if I may just answer your question, how I see the manifesto. So I would like to highlight the city administration perspective. In my opinion, that is absolutely crucial to have some kind of document that we can then distribute to national level. Because when I was active as a deputy director for region policy at the ministry, we didn't have partners at the administrative level, so in different ministries, for discussion about necessity to introduce law on metropolitization or any law on working with functional urban areas. Now it's time, and now we are actually feeding the discussion from our perspective based on our experience, because we are dealing with, or we have been dealing with ITI concept for a second EU programming period, and that's actually our experience that we can prove that works, and that we can then actually that can help to the national level to understand what we are talking about. Because to be honest, the level of knowledge is really low in people that are making decisions about if they introduce a new law or not. We are part of this discussion, even sometimes it's a little bit frustrating. Manifesto is, as I said, it's something that I really welcome, and hand in hand with outputs of our working group on metropolitan areas within the Eurocities, I think that it's this advocacy that we need Currently, we are producing within our working group on metropolitan areas case study collections, really to see where the cooperation within the metropolitan areas is working, why is needed, and what it means. I know that ITI was ITI was important stimulus, but it's not enough. We can't live with ITI for the for the next programming period. We have to prove that the metropolitan cooperation covers more issues and is important in different aspects of region and local development. When I read the manifesto, there were some issues that I wanted to raise. The first of all, I really welcome introducing of metropolitan partnership as a term, because you can see a lot of different terms in different documents, and it's quite confusing for the readers. So that is something that, in my opinion, brings opportunity to introduce this kind of metropolization, despite of the fact if you have law on metropolitan areas, if you have change in constitution, because, for example, if we would like to change the constitution, I think it would take ages, and I'm not sure if we would succeed in that. I really appreciate that there are some positive examples from Barcelona, for example, in manifesto. This ITI phenomenon that is used in, I would say, reasonable form in the Czech Republic, but in Poland as well, is one of other good practices, I would say. I would like to see that the European Commission really recognizes the metropolitan dimension. We can be inspired by the Czech approach, because at the beginning of my ministerial career, we had tasked to introduce territorial dimension in operational programs. I think it's exactly the way how the European Commission would consider the issues within the MFF. I would see that I would like to see that the national operational programs would accept metropolitan areas and agglomeration as a function urban areas in a greater extent. So we have positive examples, but I would wish to have more money, but competencies as well. And one of issues that is not connected with EU funding, but it's crucial for the development of the area, is spatial planning. We, as a municipality, started a discussion with the ministry and with the region how we can actually introduce this metropolitan spatial plan or spatial regulation within our given system, that we would really like, that we would actually address and try to find solutions for problems that we have in the territorial, from the territorial point of view. Last but not least, I wanted to mention our joint project that has been supported through the METREX Central Europe program, METSOC CE. I see a few partners here in audience, and we have just started our project at the beginning of April. We will have our kickoff meeting in the late May in Brno, and what we would like to achieve within this project to have a set of outputs, but one of them is actually to provide the Central European countries and the European Commission with recommendations where they should see and where they should reflect the metropolitan dimension, which is, in my opinion, really crucial.
Thank you. Giannina, coming from Romania, Bucharest, director of Metropolitan Agency for Bucharest, and I think Romania is now a rising star in metropolitanization. Earlier it was Poland, then Czech Republic, and now Romania. So please tell your story.
I represent the Bucharest metropolitan area, and also I speak as a representative of the Federation of Metropolitan Areas in Romania. I would like to thank my colleagues for this opportunity to participate in this panel, and I think it's a very welcome event and debate, both regarding the metropolitan vision and the situation of metropolitan areas in Europe. And I hope at the end of these 3 days we will have a better idea of the next steps to follow. As I think it's important to have an idea of the situation and data of metropolitan areas in Europe, I want to take this opportunity to give a short overview on the metropolitan development in Romania. So I will try to maintain a realistic approach. For us, it's important to know where we stand in order to be able to go forward. In Romania, we have a legal framework for local authorities, partnerships since 2001 in the form of intercommunity development agencies based on the French model. We have metropolitan areas that were created less than 20 years ago, especially in the context of provision of public utility services or for accessing European funds. They did a great job in this sense, but their performance was insignificant compared to the development needs of metropolitan areas due to lack of tools, resources, and mostly the limited mandate they have as associations. We have around 20 metropolitan areas, with 8 of them being most developed, as we have 8 regions, all facing the same problems regarding the clarity of their role, financing, and often seen as competition by local authorities or the regions instead of agencies working in their benefit. Nevertheless, many of them successfully implemented important projects and have experienced and qualified staff. Since last year, we also have the law of metropolitan areas, elaborated with the help of Ministry of Development, the Federation of Metropolitan Areas in Romania, and the World Bank. I don't know, as may be the case in other countries. This legislation was a required milestone in the National Recovery and Resilience Plan in Romania. This establishes the framework for the metropolitan areas, indicating how they should function, be financed, and their leadership structure. And it's very broad in terms of responsibilities. This is a good start, but it also has some issues, such as the fact that the participation in metropolitan areas is still voluntary. It's difficult to have a unitary approach in this situation. There are overlapping responsibilities with the local authorities, and the only financing source is the local authorities' budget, so it's understandable that this can pose a problem. In conclusion, for us and not only, it's much room for improvement, and this is an argument why the metropolitan vision stands and brings a lot of value. And I think that the factors that helped the consolidation of the metropolitan level in the last 2 years are already identifiable, and it's a moment we can try to see how they can be transferred to other regions. Of course, we cannot discuss a universally valid organization and functional approach to the management of metropolitan areas, but we should focus on this and try to find a solution. We need strategic planning in the areas like infrastructure, urban and territorial planning, economic development, and I think this should be the first role of metropolitan areas. And I don't think it's a competition between regions and metropolitan areas. The metropolitan areas are about the cities. And more than that, regions develop better with strong metropolitan areas and strong cities. Thank you, and we'll
thanks.
More on the
Short
manifesto
overview about
on
something which we did not know too much about, the Romanian case. And I think there is an important message here for Poland, that it is not enough to have a law. The law is there. In Poland, you don't have a law on metropolitan areas, but if the law is not... You have a law for one metropolitan area, which is probably not enough. So...
Sorry to say, we had a law, and this law has been removed by the current government, and
instead of that, the only one region has got a special metropolitan law on the metropolitan area, which is Upper Silesian region.
Yes.
Silesian region.
Okay,
upper.
but if you have a law, this law has to be good, a good law, which is really precisely defining what is possible, what not, and what is the financing, etc. Last but not least, Maciej, from the Institute for Territorial Development. It is an institute on the regional level, isn't it?
Yes, it is a regional authority institute, or driving via regional authority. We are responsible for preparing the strategies and plans for the region, for development of the region. And of course, the cities are very important, and also the metropolitan area is very important for development of this region. And of course, I have to add identity is also very important if we're talking about development, and development of the cities, development of the region. So I have to say I'm director of the institute, and I'm also Lower Silesian. So I'm strong related to this region. Yeah, back to this questions about the manifesto. I heard today very interesting things here, also in the discussion. And in the manifesto is spoken about what for are we ready? So we are ready for something. We will something. We want something from United Europe, from European Union. But I think we have to speak about what for are we responsible, and what are our obligations as a metropolitan areas and as a metropolitan partnerships. It's a very important thing, because it's not only to take something, but it's also to give in something for the development. It is very important for regional development and sustainable development in the region. Three things for the manifesto. The first is related to the partnership. We are talking about partnership between the core of the city, or the city as a core of metropolitan area, and surrounding rural or semi-rural areas, suburban areas. But it is something different, that the partnership between these rural areas in the metropolitan areas and the peripheric areas in the region, for example, 100 kilometers away. It is the same region, but these disparities are really strong. So we have to think about this different relationships or the partnerships, and we have to minimizing these intra-regional disparities. It is the first thing, the partnership. The second thing is related to the law. You mentioned actually that we had the metropolitan law. It was the possibility for creation, for example, a spatial plan for metropolitan areas or metropolitan area in Poland, but it's not the case today. So we made a step back, or many steps. But we have to prepare a better reform for the development of the metropolitan areas. We have to prepare just like governance or the better management of this level. So I think without the administrative reform in Poland is not a good approach or a good step forward. So we have to prepare this administrative reform, and I believe it is semi or middle level of administration. We've got the communities, we've got the counties, and the regions. So maybe these counties areas and this territory of counties have been redefined. We have to redefine these counties. It is probably related to this metropolitan new governance. Or the functional areas have been defined just for making a better governance for that. And the third thing is related to the spatial dimension. We have to speak about the spatial development and coordination in metropolitan areas. For example, in Poland, it is divided, and the communities made or are making own policy for development. It is a lack of the common spatial development or common coordination of development and direction of development in the municipality or municipalities and in metropolitan areas. But I think from the European level, from the European Union, we have to think about Territorial Agenda 2050. And this manifesto have to address things to Territorial Agenda 2050. And the last spatial image or imagination of spatial development of United Europe was from 1995. Maybe it is a time to make this European spatial development perspective just again, but with the new role of metropolitan areas. That's my point. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. After the first round, I would just like to show you one picture. This picture is always the starting point when I'm thinking about metropolitan areas, or when I think about functional urban areas. On the left-hand side, you have the old version of fixed action places. These are the elected governments. These are the basis of European democracy, a central state with a prime minister, provinces or regions which are more or less elected, and administrative cities, municipalities. These are where decisions are taken. These are the areas which the European Commission accepts as the places of democracy. But real life is going on in flexible action spaces, in our neighborhoods, in the metropolitan areas, in transborder and macro regions, and also on the European Union level. Now the question is, how can you put metropolitan areas into this picture? How can you get them accepted by the European Union and by your national state, that these are important places of life, important decisions should be prepared in these areas, although maybe the decisions have to be taken on the regional or local level, because these are the places of democracy. So the question is, how can you make planning in metropolitan areas, reach agreements, and then sell these agreements to those areas which are making the decisions because they have the democratic legitimacy? So this is for me the basic question, and I think the manifesto is not totally clear about that. So I will discuss three issues with the distinguished panel, and I would like really to create debate among yourselves, because I think you have different views about this. The first question is, what would you require as a minimum condition for metropolitan partnerships? Because I think that the manifesto made an interesting approach that they don't, as Henk said, they don't talk about metropolitan regions, metropolitan associations, functional urban areas. They say metropolitan partnership. But you still have to know what is this. What are the minimum requirements? And this is the question what I already received a lot of questions. This is now question number one. What does it mean, metropolitan partnership? You cannot avoid to clarify this. If you are making a manifesto about metropolitan partnership, you have to say what metropolitan partnership is. So what, in your view, are the minimum requirements for minimum conditions for something to call metropolitan partnership? Then the second question will be, what would you require from the European Union level, how to deal with these metropolitan partnerships, what to give them or how to relate to them if they are really in a proven way established metropolitan partnerships. And the third one, what would you require from the national level? But let's first go to the first question. So what do you think should be the minimum criteria of a metropolitan partnership? It's open. It's open now. It's open to. If you are quicker, then you can tell. Then you can speak earlier.
So I will start with an anecdote. When I used to be the first deputy mayor of the city of Warsaw, just after the coming back to the traditional self-governing system, we have started to work to cooperate very strongly with our U.S. colleagues, and we have had at that time so-called program managers to managers. So the key person from our cities has been visiting US for 2-3 weeks, and they've been coming to us. And I was at the beginning of this program because I was one of the authors of this program. And I've been visiting a friend of mine, later friend of mine, the very distinguished later in US county manager of Arlington County. And we were visiting some, let's say, entities, which is Washington, D.C., Fairfax, and so on, in the area, which is very highly urbanized metropolitan area. And then it was 1992, and then I asked at the dinner to the friend of mine, Tony Gardner, how do you deal with this managing of these joint functions and joint challenges? And he said, yes, we have the concept. We have a lunch where all of the mayors are taking part once a month. A lunch, once a month. And I suggest to have a lunch once a month with all of the interested parties, but the lunch which is run in a very typical EU manner, that there is the person who is a note taker, that at the lunch are some decisions, and after the next lunch, everybody says, okay, we did it. We did.
Okay, so the first idea is to have a lunch each month. The question is who is covering the costs, but I don't want to go into the details. Yeah, I don't want to go into details. Yeah, it was, yeah, always another one, okay. But is it an equal lunch paid by the large city and by the small? Anyway, Xavi and then František, yeah?
Okay, I think the question of a metropolitan partnership is strong. It has a strong political message to give, because everyone understands what a partnership is. Having said that, I wouldn't enter to what a metropolitan area is, because there are too many studies, too many definitions. So, but this concept of metropolitan partnership is very strong. But at the same time, I don't think we should forget where metropolitan institutions are working. So because metropolitan partnerships can be very diverse. So I think that in this concept, we should include metropolitan institutions. Let me go to the case of Barcelona. In Barcelona, we have a metropolitan area, the unique in Spain, working for more than 40 years. As a metropolitan area, in 2010, we create the law. But there is a cooperation, a supralocal cooperation of more than 40 years. We manage a budget around 2 billion euro to deliver very specific powers. So here there is a strong institution, a unique case in Spain. So for me, this is more than the metropolitan partnership. So first issue, this should emerge from the will of local governments, starting from the city capital, but working in partnership with their mates in the territory. Here I have a big question, and I don't have the clear answer, is how should we involve the other stakeholders? Because in Barcelona, for instance, right now, and now we will have elections at the end of May, local elections, many stakeholders are asking to have a bigger metropolitan area, more powers, direct elected, right now it's indirect elected, more municipalities, but political parties are not interested on that. They're always thinking, sorry, I'm watching Jakub, and it's not the best example, but everybody thinks in their territory. For me, there is a lack of metropolitan vision, sometimes for local politicians. And I finish with an example. Last summer in Barcelona, we had a huge debate on the fourth runway of the Barcelona airport. Barcelona airport, as Ula knows very well, is located in El Prat, which is one of the metropolitan municipalities. The mayor of Barcelona, the mayor of El Prat, the president of the region were giving their voice on this enlargement of the airport, but not the metropolitan area. And this is a metropolitan infrastructure. So here, for me, is very important, and this is something that we could include in the manifesto, work through this metropolitan vision of the territory.
So maybe you needed more lunches.
Yes.
So that's interesting, because you said you don't want to discuss what kind of institution is needed, but it's not a problem for you because you have an institution, but most metropolitan areas don't have an institution, so we still have to understand what kind of minimum conditions are needed. But it was also very nice to hear that there is one institution, probably the metropolitan area, which says we don't want the fourth runway, yeah? Because if I think about sustainability of life, I'm not sure that Barcelona needs a fourth runway. It's a question. Anyway, František and then Maciej, yeah?
So coming back to your question, from my point of view, the minimum condition is actually that we would include in manifesto that some kind of attempts for institutionalization is needed, because otherwise it won't work in a sustainable way. It won't work for a long time period. When we are talking about our example, and I'm really happy that I heard in the previous section, if we talk only about municipalities, authorities, or if we think that the members of these partnerships should be other institutions. It's partly the question that you raised, because in my opinion, that's not only about municipalities. Even if we are talking about some kind of institutionalization, we concentrate on them. We are thinking how to include region. We are actually we have big challenge how to include 170 municipalities, that each municipality would have their, let's say, responsibility and right. So it would be hard for us to organize a lunch, but I can imagine to have it but twice a year maybe, on cost of the central city.
A sandwich lunch.
But definitely Chamber of Commerce's, innovation centers, all these institutions should be on board. These are authorities that should be part of these partnerships, metropolitan partnerships, and we shouldn't avoid them. We should include them from the very beginning.
Okay, but wait a second. You have an ITI, which is a very successful ITI. What was the condition that you could get the ITI money from your ministry and from the EU? You had to have a board, you had to have an agreement between municipalities. There are some conditions here.
Yes, we had the set of conditions given by the ministry, given by document that I produced with my team for metropolitan areas and agglomerations, and they had to set the managing steering committee, and the steering committee had, or used to have, or still have given structure composed of region, core city, other municipalities, but other institutions. That can be some kind of, let's say, good practice for minimum condition for these partnerships. We are this kind of representative stakeholders on board. And one more thing that I wanted to raise was actually that, in my opinion, that's really needed to talk to rural areas, because when I went through the manifesto, that's clear enough what we would like to achieve, and I wouldn't have any doubts about it. But when I, for example, had opportunity to talk to representatives of DG Agri about the Rural Pact, it was absolutely not clear for me that whether they take us on board, whether they understand the metropolitan areas are here and should be part of discussions. So please don't forget that there are some other important stakeholders that are small villages and municipalities. For them, we have, I would say, a well-working system of local action groups. But I know that it's not the same situation in all EU member states. So for me, it's actually about the minimum standards of institutionalization or attempts to be institutionalized somehow, and the composition of members that is not limited only by public authorities, it means municipalities.
Okay.
I like this idea with lunches, of course, but I understand it as meetings and regular meetings with the people and municipalities. The central municipality, core state or core city with surrounding communities and surrounding mayors. It is very important that they come together and then speak on the same level of eyes. This equality of discussion is very important in this case. So maybe lunches is only a symbolic case for meetings and for making something like a board of cooperation, of the area of cooperation. Put the people together is the minimum condition for development of metropolitan partnership, I think. And if we're talking about legal acts, it is a question, do we or want we do that with the legal acts and legal documents, and we want to find another way without these legal acts, something like informal cooperation. In this case in Poland, without the legal acts, we can make only informal cooperation. It is a very strong challenge for the metropolitan areas. And it is a really partnership if we want to achieve these goals. But from my point of view, I will add that the second minimum conditions, it is the common vision. First of all is to meet together, and the second thing is to prepare together a common vision accepted by all partners in this partnership. And this common vision is not only a goal, like today we've got the strategies in ITI, in integrated territorial investment, how to spend the money. It's not the case. The case is what goals we want to achieve together. And of course, it should be prepared together or integrated with the spatial goals. Spatial planning
but to require
and
a common vision at the beginning, isn't it a too hard condition? I don't think that Brno or any of the Polish ITI areas had a common vision when they started to talk about working together.
Of course, they haven't, but they are speaking only about implementation of common projects or how to spend common money from European Union. It's not the same what to have the common vision of development. Sorry. I don't see that the ITI, this instrument today in Poland, is a way or are steps to create a common vision or common partnership. It's only a way how to spend the money.
Okay, but maybe this is the first necessary step.
Of course, it is also an important step, but without a spatial vision for that and without the coordination of the development, social, economical, and spatial, also with environmental goals and climate changes, it is not possible. So we have to, just to wrap up, first of all, meet together, equal on the same level of eyes. The second step will be preparing a common vision.
Yeah, František, very brief.
I will add one point to Maciej has said. To prepare the common joint vision, you have to finance preparation of that vision. If it's done on a shared base, everybody pays the same percentage from his own budget to the common pocket, then it's a real partnership. But at first, this, let's say, area has to prove the ability to share the financing at the very early stage.
I only wanted to react on you because definitely ITI or money coming through ITI to territory was the main stimulus that was given many years ago. And it started the real discussion, and it was the huge motivation for all the regional centers to establish some kind of informal cooperation in order to obtain the money. But for example, in our case, for the second programming period, we wanted to go further. It means that we are not talking about steering committee for ITIs anymore. We are talking about steering committee for Brno metropolitan area, we have common vision that is covering more than priority axes that are co-financed by the or through the ITIs. But to be honest, we are not. I wouldn't say that we are the only one among all the other Czech regional centers, but not in all of them they have the same way of consideration things. So I would say that we should be pioneers of this evolution change, and we have to inspire others, other regional centers and their surrounding areas, so functional urban areas, agglomeration or metropolitan areas, to really think of beyond ITI. But without ITI, I'm quite pessimistic that we would have even common strategy. And
I can add to this that I am coming from Hungary, and in Hungary we have no ITI, and we have no examples at all of metropolitan partnerships. So I consider myself the Polish way as one of the methods to start to go towards cooperation, using the opportunity what the European Commission made possible. This was a voluntary thing to accept ITI and apply it on functional urban area level and not on the settlement or in the neighborhood. So this was the first step, which is necessary that maybe the second step will come later in some of the areas. Xavi, and then we will finish this. Sorry, also, yeah.
If we speak about metropolitan areas in the first place, I think metropolitan development exists, formal or informal, around all great cities where there are economic relationships. Of course, we can speak about metropolitan. The difference between the most developed one and the good examples, of course, could be the cooperation between authorities. And maybe this is the most important thing that we should consider as a condition. Of course, we cannot have always control on this aspect. We always have to consider the political factor. But without a unitary vision, it's almost impossible to have a good development in this area. Maybe with all the stakeholders involved, with the authorities and also the regions, we can establish a clear role for the metropolitan areas, not overlapping the regions and public authorities, maybe a more planning and strategic role than operational in the first place, because as you said earlier, it's not about spending the money or the funds, it's about developing, and this is a long-term process, not related only to the one instrument, one financial instrument on one matter precisely. So we are still working on cooperation. This is the main condition in my point of view.
Last? Yes, no, just a quick reaction. I agree on what he said on this kind of metropolitan vision, but at the end of the day, we need to decide in order to do what together and how it's going to be financed that. So it's not only a question of sitting in a table, having a nice lunch, talking about the territory. No. What are we going to do together? Who is going to pay for that? Linking to the ITIs, fully agree. This is a good track. But the way to do it is how Franciszek is saying. So we are working through the ITI, but we want to build something more. Because the day the cohesion policy is over, it could happen. It could happen a complete revision of the cohesion policy and avoiding ITI. What's happening with this supra-local power? So I think it's very important to think on what are we going to do together. And this can come from a national law, or it can come from the bottom, in a shared view with a lot of voluntarism, with a lot of openness from the city capital to work with other cities, because at the end of the day, you are taking power from other tiers of government if you are working together. And no one's want to lose power in the ecosystem of our institutions.
I would add one point. It's not a lunch, it's a business lunch, differs from the other lunches. At a business lunch, all the participants of the lunch declare self-obligation. According to the joint agreed vision, And on a second business lunch, they are just checked whether they realized their self-obligation, like in a business. In a business agreement, it's just to shake your hand. It's enough. In a good business.
Okay, so
less
legal,
more practical.
I tried to formulate something because I still think that if we have a manifesto, we really have to tell what metropolitan partnership is. And I think that there has to be a cooperation agreement between municipalities, which determines the way of representation, the method of decision-making, the rules of functioning, who is paying the lunch, and how a common vision can be established. And I understand that the manifesto wants to take an easier way to avoid this kind of rules, but I think these kind of rules are important for the EU to say, yes, do you have it or not? Because we also have in Hungary some areas where mayors talk to each other, but it's unsure whether they come together to a lunch or not. And if they come together for a lunch, it's not sure that they are already a metropolitan area. There has to be something more there. So this is what I would suggest to the manifesto to think about. How can you loosely define metropolitan partnership, not to come into the trap of functional urban area, commuting, housing market, etc. These usual things what we are dealing with since decades, and the Commission always says, yes, but what is a functional urban area? What is a metropolitan area? So we have to find a solution on that, but we cannot just say that metropolitan partnership and then we go what these partnerships are offering and what they require, because something has to be said about that. Now, I would say that because our time is running over, I don't know how much time we have. Sorry? Still 30 minutes. Okay, so then the second question is, I don't know, Hank, whether this is a useful idea which we came to, because there was some discussion here. Do we need a minimum agreement? Do you think that METREX can put something into the manifesto which is about you don't have to have a law. You don't have to be a accepted new administrative level. This is clear. But there should be some minimum requirements.
Well, yeah, I don't have the... maybe I don't have the answers. Otherwise, I also must say that I like very much what you said at the last moment about these partnerships and what you do in a business. You can also put it very simply. I don't know if you're married or something, but I mean, you have partnerships. I have a partner. And I don't put that in the law. I have some basic law things when you talk about inheritance and things, but and there's a lot of common sense in there. Common sense. So I wonder a bit also with this discussion if we don't fall in exactly the same trap as we are already in, because we have not been able to define metropolitan regions and areas and FUAs and whatever kind of nuts in the whole thing. We have not achieved that for the last 40 years. So apparently I have the feeling we are looking in the wrong direction. And for us that was this idea about partnership, that it can be, and I don't know if Sandeep Sangadia is here still in the hall, but I know in England, for instance, there's the LEP, the local economic partnership. Those things are, let's say, they have a sort of structure, and of course they should follow some rules, but the content of it is depending on what the question is. And it's an interesting model, because those labs have, let's say, public authorities in them, there can be university in them, there can be businesses in them, there's whatever what there is in them, because they have to address a certain issue. They have to address a problem and they need to find an answer. Those things are very much based on a sort of, yeah, let's say, typically English I would say, but a sort of business model. You have a sort of business lunch and you agree on a sort of rules and partnership, and of course you can say, well, you know, it's not legally written down somewhere, so next time I'm out. Well, that's not how you do business with each other. Yeah. There's many people who like to say something, but in that sense, also with this, I would like to almost ask you all, maybe to think again, let's say, through this partnership. What could it mean? Because again, if we try to again define it in a sort of almost legal way, then we are where we are. Then we don't need anything else because we already know what that will bring, nothing. So we really need to think through how we can sort of shape that kind of partnership. I think examples in Portugal, where indeed you have the two regions, let's say Lisbon and Porto, that is more or less a bit of a partnership. And we see more of those examples. There is the metropolitan region of Amsterdam, which is still, you can say formally it's nothing. But it is a sort of partnership. People start talking to each other and they agree on things, and there is a sort of common sense that it is needed. And how can we sort of find a balance in that? My final thing is not so much on this, but because we also would like to have people involved somehow from the audience. Would this be, let's say, a topic that we can broaden to the audience? And let's say leave this next question.
Yes, just one comment on your say. I completely understand that partnerships can be very broad, and the broader, the better. But the Amsterdam metropolitan area, in its present form, cannot accept European money, I think. And your aim with the manifesto is to go with this metropolitan idea to the European level and tell them that take us serious. Let us to sit at the round table when we are discussing the Green Deal, when we are discussing circular economy, etc. And finally, also launch a pilot program for these areas. And then there is a logical request from the European level. Okay, we will do it, but you have to fulfill some basic conditions for that. And this is what I'm looking for. Obviously,
but it's interesting what Jan Albrecht said. Let's say, of course, with the whole issue about the Resilience and Recovery Fund. That apparently that was also possible next to the Green Deal with all its very heavy conditions and whatever. Apparently, there's now this fund where relatively easy you can ask for money, you can apply for money. And you don't even have to bring in the receipts.
No, this was a different statement, because what he said is that in the recovery fund, you don't have to show the invoices, but you have to show at the beginning an indicator what you would like to achieve. And finally, you have to show that you achieved the indicator. Yeah, but there should be a body which says that this is what I want to achieve. It is impossible to say that. So there must be a framework for that. And maybe if in the audience there is a question which regards, because I think it's a crucial question, that what metropolitan partnerships are, then yeah.
Let's not go back to what we already have.
Thank you. I'm Adriana from Milano, but I used to work for the regional government. And I think that your question is crucial and could be split into different questions to make it clearer. What is needed to start cooperation? So to start a partnership between the actors in the metropolitan areas, and what is needed, which is crucial, to be recognized as an entity that can manage things and can manage funds and can receive funds as metropolitan area. These are two different questions. So to the first one, I would like, I have seen many experiences in the expert group on governance. I say that you need two things. Willing to cooperate, which is not easy, and at least one topic in which you are aware that you can't solve the problems without cooperation. So one topic in which you want to cooperate. And then you can start. But for the second, you need some legal entity that can receive and manage the money, and is, let's say, recognized and supported by all It can be a government body. It could be an agency where everybody, you can have different solutions, but you need this. Or if you don't have this, the first metro plan with ERDF funds we had in Italy gave the money to the core city. And it was intended to be spent, and they involved somehow more or less the surrounding areas. But they were deciding on a project. If you want to decide together, you need some way to take decision together and a formal agreement on this.
Yeah, and I think the European Investment Bank would also like to give money to some kind of formally established entities. Or do you think it's enough to say that we are partners and we have a common vision?
If I may, thank you for the voice. I just would like to comment on your discussion, on this half an hour discussion. And I think what you should really reflect on the faces of some of the representatives of the cities, especially from the more developed countries, as we like to call in Eastern Europe. What you are talking about, sorry to be very frank, to me is a little bit exotic. They don't know what are you talking about. I mean, to be very frank, I actually know some of the areas, the Rotterdam and Hague area, the Wien, the Helsinki area. I mean, they are probably the best partnerships, and they are not formalized. They don't have laws. Some of them really just keep going, do the right stuff. And I think METREX and this event that I actually witnessed for the first time today is great, because you are actually gathering very nice people, very experienced people, willing to talk, share experience. And I think, as I said, I'm not really allowed to comment on the manifesto, but I think what you have a great opportunity to have a one voice representing the metropolitan areas. And in the EU, you want to strengthen the voice and the representation, especially in view of the challenges we discussed earlier, and that's great. Now, with the topic of EU funds, you are risking like being a Titanic swimming and hitting the iceberg. Now, those successful partnerships don't use EU grants. They don't have, I mean, these are in the, advanced cohesion nuts groups. They don't know what they are talking about. I mean, indeed, maybe they would like to benefit from some of the funds supporting their projects, because everyone would love it. But I think what you are trying to do, and this discussion about ITI, discussions of Romanian metropolitan areas, I actually know all of these cases. Seriously. We are now looking, we are supporting the government of Romania to check the strategies of metropolitan areas which were created by force. Seriously. We were looking at ITI's plans, also sort of invented just to absorb the money of EU funds. Exotic topic for some of the people in this room. And I think what we should really understand, whether you really want to go to this direction, because what we should really understand, once you start to talk about EU funds for metropolis, it is not your rules. It will be the rules of the Commission. And they are experienced to do it in the way they want, not how you want. So indeed, they will ask you to do the agreement with your municipalities. It will be a killer for half of the municipalities sitting in this room. Secondly, you need to have a strategy. If you have a strategy, there must be let's say, scoring system checks and balances, whether it makes sense. Does it have a budget? Where is your own funding coming from? And so on. It's not your game. It will be their game.
Let's have one remark on that, because I agree that EU money is distorting a lot of things. I agree. But metropolitan areas also want to have their voice heard in issues which are not about financing. For example, if the metropolitan areas are going for sustainable development, they would like to have stronger EU regulation on combustion engines, on cars, etc. So there are issues where metropolitan areas should have their voice at the table, and which is not about financing. But even then you need to have some kind of stamp that you are a metropolitan area. Otherwise, you are not invited to this table. You are not taken there. So I still think that
Ivan, I have a feeling that you would like to excuse an ability of the states to do some laws and an ability of the towns to do some internal laws and to put that onto into the hands of the EU Commission. It's a good excuse. We cannot do that because Commission didn't do that. No, I think in a different way. I'm from the person who prefers the bottom-up approach. If we are ready to do something, then let's do it.
Yeah, I'm unfortunately coming from Hungary again, so yeah, Xavi.
No, I think
we are very close to you,
yes,
but
yes.
still we are as we are.
Yeah, Xavi is an interesting example because Barcelona developed the law on sustainability, the air quality. You managed to do something which is not common in Europe.
I would like to start by because I've heard some of the statements. If we are creating metropolitan areas to manage EU funding, we are lost. Don't do it like this. So we want to create metropolitan areas, metropolitan institutions, metropolitan governance schemes because we want to solve some of the problems that we have in our cities. Barcelona is one of the most polluted cities in air quality. We have created a low emission zone of 95 kilometers, one of the biggest in Southern Europe, and we could create that because there was a political will and there was a metropolitan institution that could deliver that. I'm saying that because the legal framework gives you a kind of stability when you have a political change. When you have a political change, the one that is paying the lunch, he said, no, let's go to the McDonald's if you are interested or not. So for me, the legal framework is giving stability, is giving a mid and long-term vision, and it's also a tool to deliver shared services or shared projects. It's also a way to generate economies of scale. It's also a way to have a vision faced to the national government. And if we go to Brussels, we are lost. The European Commission is not interested to talk about metropolitan areas. If any of you, except when we had Commissioner Ferreira, if any of you read a word about metropolitan areas coming from the European Commission, I pay a beer to him. Or her. No, because we are discussing ourselves, but they are scared to talk about metropolitan areas. I don't know why.
Yeah, but again...
I don't know why, but no, sorry. And if we are expecting that they are giving the magic solution, we are lost. We need to focus at the local level and also the national level. And to the European Commission, just trying to have a place in the table and just to ask, these financial and these policies that you are having, we are a reliable actor to be. European Investment Bank, we are beneficiaries of you. You don't know the huge reports we have to do to get the funding from them because we are a reliable institution. If you are something in between, don't go to see these guys because you will not get an euro. So sorry for being like this, but
yeah, but I still think that if you are a capable metropolitan area, you have an institution, and this is really unique in Europe. I mean, not many metropolitan areas have an A and B with these tasks and budget, etc. You can solve situations, but you have to think about other areas in Europe where this does not exist. There is a wish to do something. And in this case, we have to turn to the European Commission because we are part of this large family, and we can ask them to help. For example, we can ask them to convince our national government to behave in a different way. And in fact, the European Commission, if they want, they can do something if they get enough voices from us.
No, absolutely, Ivan. But here, if we are doing like this, you need to work in the way that Francis said. From one side, we are managing the ITI fund, but we are using the ITI to build something more. You don't need maybe an institution like ours, so, but you need some kind of framework of that. And here, Henk, just to answer you, one of our challenges is how to involve economic and social stakeholders in the metropolitan governance. Maybe the partnership is a solution for us because they are not involved in our decisions right now.
And we also know that if we don't involve them, we can't solve all problems because we need those guys. We need those guys as well. So it should, let's say, the partnership should also be so open that indeed private or whatever civil society institutions can be involved. And that's also an issue. As soon as you formalize it too much, these guys are always outside. They can't come in, and that's a pity. And I must say, those things I like about, for instance, this labs in England, because it is something. It's based on a structure. It's based on a law, so you can establish, let's say, a lab. It's a company, or I don't know. I think Sandeep is not here anymore, but it is some kind of legal form. But let's say the content of it depends on the question, and that's for me that's an interesting sort of comparison because it means that you can also add, let's say, partners who are really capable of solving your problem. And so they can be different all the time. You see these things everywhere in the UK. And I think it's an interesting reference, at least. I don't say it's maybe immediate one-to-one solution for us, but it is an interesting reference, which is a much broader community almost, where central government in England has to listen to because it's half of the city. You can't ignore all these people, let's say. And I think in France, you see, with the metropoles, you see the agencies like Urban Lyon here from Sébastien Rollin, which is a complete different thing. But let's say they have, I don't know, Urban Lyon has 34 stakeholders, I believe, which is all kind of companies and businesses, urban services, and of course the political level that also deliver on specific issues that they're asked to. So there are, I think, other ways. And indeed, bottom up, because it is addressing the needs from the metropolitan region rather than whatever in Europe, that we should explore at least. So again, I'm not a legal advisor or something. I don't know, but if we go, let's say, in the same way as the European Union is thinking now, we end up with the same problem because they simply don't listen. They don't want to hear this. So we need to find a way around, let's say, this sort of formal, let's say, which fits in their current pattern, because it doesn't work.
I would like to come back to your agenda, which is EU and the states, and I will try to find these two answers on these two questions. The first one is following what Wojtek Deska has said. At this moment, and also from the Commission side, we shouldn't expect the grant system. We should rather expect the refundable support. So it means that if we will get some money, then we have to pay back this money. And if, as Wojtek has said, if you want to get something, we have to mutually guarantee the ability to take the loan, like a consortium, and to be ready to pay back this loan or the grant, refunded grant, and so on and so. So I think that to prove the readiness of the metropolitan area to work on the open market, it has to prove that it's able to reassure, mutually reassure the ability to take the loans or grants. It's number one. And that's from the Commission side. If you will prove, okay, our metropolitan area as a consortium, like a consortium and in any type of the bid, is proving that all the members are taking the joint responsibility on the basis of the agreed paper, then it's okay. I can understand, okay, this is a reliable partner. We can, let's say, grant him or give a loan him or whatever. It's number one. Number two, third question, what states can do. So if we will be in a situation like we are at the moment in Poland, in a shrinking situation with the local finances and local ability to set the laws, local laws, then we are unable to share because we have nothing to share with the others. So in my understanding, if we will act for the stronger local municipalities, stronger in the terms of the finances and the legal responsibility, legal possibility of local laws, then we will have the stronger partners for the metropolitan areas. It's, in my understanding, this is a key. If you have the weak partners, let's not expect on a strong metropolitan areas. So to the metropolitan areas, the easiest way from the state side is to strengthen and enhance the local municipal governments. That's the point.
I think we have to remember what the lady said from Milan. Maybe there are two things here. One is to develop a common understanding, a partnership thinking, and another thing is to go for EU money or influence EU policy. This is a second step of development, and I mean to have a consortium which is able to repay the grant. This is much further above this. This needs a much stronger agreement.
It's different.
Okay. I have to read now the question which got the most votes, which you don't see on the screen, unfortunately, because technique is not so developed. How should responsibilities be divided between formally established local authorities, for example, mayorships, city councils, county councils, and metropolitan areas? So you have the formally, if we go back to this chart, you have formally established on the left-hand side, and you have formally not established or not so much democratically accepted institutions like metropolitan areas. How should the functions be divided between these two levels? This is the question. How should responsibilities be divided? My answer would be that in a democratic society, decisions have to be taken by the democratically elected bodies. The functional areas, as partnerships, they have to develop ideas, visions, strategies. And if these are accepted by the partners, all the partners have to go to their democratically elected levels, let it be the region or the municipality, and convince them that they should accept it because it is in the interest of the given entity. But do you have any other idea? Yeah?
I don't have any other idea, but I would like to add that actually these elected levels of self-government can delegate the responsibility if you have the metropolitan consortium, metropolitan body, because if we were talking, for example, about spatial planning, and I think that it's something that we can imagine, that actually when each municipality would be responsible for spatial planning and only in the framework of its territory, it's not enough. And if the region, in our case, is too large actually to work on spatial planning in details that is needed for reasonable spatial development, I think it's something that we would accept. We would accept as a competence of this legal body, which is in between, even it's not legally binding, even it's not covered by constitution. And maybe coming back to two questions you had at the beginning. So what's needed from the EU level, for what is needed from the state? I don't want to waste your time with answers, but I think that the manifesto is actually reacting on these questions regarding funding, even if it's not only about funds. That was nicely said by Ivan. So we are talking about areas, responsibility that are not completely connected with funding. It's connected with some kind of statement, inputs in policies making, and so on. And coming back to states, I think that it's really needed that this level, that is actually in between top-down and bottom-up, because top-down was given by EU, ITI. Bottom-up is forming the ITI partnerships in framework of steering committees. Is actually in between and have to understand what's our vision. We have vision. We don't have spatial vision. We have strategic vision. And of course, what are topics that we would like to work on? And for me, very nice inspiration was actually to see how German metropolitan areas, without having ITIs, are dealing with innovations. And that is something that I would like to wish that we would go farther, out of the framework of ITIs. And that again can be something that will be or can be delegated from the region, from the local to this level. So that is, in my opinion, the answer that can add your opinion.
So you say that you achieved in Brno a situation where the 178 settlements, they say that there are issues which I would delegate to the ITI level. Because if this is the case, then it is very nice, and congratulations. Yeah.
Because they are so small, and many of them don't have mayor that would work full-time in this public sector position, that actually they don't have capacity to cooperate, and they need this kind of mechanism in order to actually achieve something that is needed from the metropolitan point of view, and that is, I have to admit, driven by the core city.
I think we have to come to an end because, and we didn't even discuss the first question. But I think it is important to clarify, and I hope that we clarified something, that metropolitan idea is important not only for EU money, not only for influencing EU decision making, but creating a common vision. And these different aims probably need different types of organizations. And maybe one can follow the other one. I think I like the French model, which came from the 1960s as a development of laws, and which said that if you achieve a kind of agreement, then you will get the functions. And then the functions of housing or the functions of spatial planning have been delivered to that level. If you don't achieve this agreement, or one settlement doesn't want to be part of it, then you don't have to. So there is a quite interesting coupling the type of agreement and the functions what these units are taking. And maybe a last remark, what Henk was talking about, the local economic partnerships, and also the visionary issues, they are win-win situations. It is much more difficult to get to an agreement about limiting car use in an area, which in this case someone will lose, and this will never agree, or it is much more difficult to hammer an agreement when some settlements are on the loser side and others on the winner side. Then you have to have compensations, you have to develop another type of partnership. So maybe the local economic partnerships in England, these are an inspirational way of thinking, but only for some type of problems, I would say. Any last remarks from your side? I was hoping that I can get you into a hard discussion, but almost everyone agreed with everything. So yeah.
I think that the vision is very optimistic regarding the financing, the metropolitan program. But I will add again that I think we need maybe not a framework, it's too much to ask, but a guideline for the metropolitan areas, because I don't think it would be successful if we don't have a coherent approach to implement what kind of program, if we are different organization with different expertise, different experience, different role, different responsibilities, how can we successfully implement a program or ask for financing if we are not, we don't know exactly what we represent and what it's our role and our situation in all the countries, and I don't know if the Commission will approve something like a program for metropolitan areas if it's so, it's not at all clear what we're gonna do with it. So I insist on establishing somehow a general or at least a guideline of a functioning for the metropolitan areas if a legal framework is not possible. And maybe starting from this in European level, the states could, we could ask our national governments to improve the legislation where we have one, for example, in Romania, and make some changes to make it operational. And
yes, a final remark concerning the question that was voted by the participants, and because we only got his Francis' answer, I would like to clarify, but in our case, in Barcelona, the metropolitan area is a local government, so it's in the same way like a city. But the question is that we are delivering services on behalf of the municipality. So maybe this scheme wouldn't match with our case. And I would like to end my participation saying that, or giving you an information, or sharing with you an information that this debate is taken globally as well. Next month, UN Habitat is having the General Assembly in Nairobi. We are working with UN Habitat to have a political resolution on the metropolitan issues. Next month, we will have a meeting in Barcelona with UN Habitat where some of METREX will be there. Lukasz will be there representing METREX, also Ivan and other experts. It's a close meeting with them. But this is a debate which is not only happening in Europe. And in Europe, we have, with all the imperfections, we have the European Union, but there are other regions where they are willing to work in a metropolitan scale, and they don't have the means to do it. So, well, this is not, we are not defocused on what's going on at the global level, and I'm sure that in the meeting in Barcelona, you will be able to share the will of the Urban Manifesto, of the Metropolitan Manifesto.
So thank you very much. Thank you for your participation. We did not solve the issue. Time was not enough, but maybe in the evening during dinner. Thank you.
Maybe after a lot of vodka. Thank you indeed, and thank you, Ivan, to lead this discussion, because it is, of course, not an easy one. That's clear. But thank you for the panel, and indeed, after some vodka tonight, we might even come to some more clearer solutions. You need clear drinks to have clear solutions. I need to be a bit rude, because we simply need to leave this venue. There will be another event going on here. So we need to leave this as soon as possible. But I'm not, after that, I have thanked, of course, the people who have been here behind the screens or behind the camera. So that guy there, that is... There are two parts which are both from the city. One of is Araf, if I pronounce well, and that's actually this whole machinery which you see here. So thank you very much for your efforts, and of course also for bringing us to, let's say, the people there in that camera at the other side of the line. So thank you very much for your contribution. And maybe if you noticed, yesterday it was very clear. When I entered the room here, there was a whole, I don't know why, these are all men. And then there was their whole, I would almost say, flock of ladies from the Economic Development Department, led by Margot Chata and Laura. I think they're still here or still running around. Also, a great thank you for you, because everything was really fantastically organized here in this fantastic venue. So great thanks to you. And of course, what is a fantastic name, the Barbara. And Edno, both here, let's say, the venue, and there was also the director or the manager, at least, was here all the time. So thank you for this fantastic place. It was really a pleasure. It was really a fantastic venue to sit and to experience. So great thank you to you. And finally, I would like to say that when you leave the venue, or stronger, when you are going to the dinner, and of course you're all going to the dinner, we would like to know, the waiters want to know who is vegetarian. People will give you at the place where we will have dinner. When you enter, they will give you a sort of sticker. So you will be labeled green, and the green label is a vegetarian. It's a practical thing, but let's say yesterday we had some disappointing experience. So that has to do with us. We need to be clear what we want. So at 7 o'clock, we are expected at the museum at the dinner. The address is on your little label. There is a tram number 4 going there from here. It is quite a walk, so I would say take the tram, because it's almost 3/4 of an hour walk, so I wouldn't do that. But of course you have a tram ticket, which is this thing. So you can take the tram. The museum, please be in time because we have a tour in the museum and of course afterwards a dinner. So thank you all very much and see you in 1.5 hours.